swishy streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being and plenty more. Your sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Viva Bojack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being and plenty more. Your sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack.
It's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. Oh, when he plays pretend, it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream.
Hello, hello. Jack looking hella young tonight? Do I? So I feel like I feel ancient. I feel absolutely terrible. I have just it's been a doozy of a day, folks. Remember the exciting announcement I said we had like a month and a half ago, and then I held off from making it? Well, now it's never gonna happen. And that sucked a lot. That sucked a lot. Young enough for a kick streamer to pick up? Damn. Okay. What was it? I can't tell you. Maybe I'll be able to tell you in the future, but I can't tell you right now. And today, frankly, I'm just kind of upset about it. Let's see. But I've been working really hard at pulling this Bowman event together, and it is a lot of work. You look like you're a bit sunburned? No, that's just the anxiety making my face flushed. Unfortunately, I have an anxiety disorder, and when I get really anxious, the blood just like goes everywhere in my body. Makes me heat up something fierce. It's very uncomfortable. Was it a baby? No, it wasn't a baby. Don't try and guess it. You won't be able to guess it. It was a very out of left field good thing. You look exhausted. I feel exhausted. Ideally, I wanted to be streaming like 6 or 7 hours ago, and instead I'm having to do the stream now, and I need to be up in approximately 9 hours. So we are gonna be keeping it tight tonight. All right, then keep your what? Let's have some fun. Yeah, we're gonna be keeping it tight. So we have a few things tonight. One, I definitely want to get through. I definitely want to get through the George Latimer Jamal Bowman debate, because in approximately a handful of hours I will be in New York helping to put this event together in person. But also, I am going to take a couple of pieces of like my recording equipment, see if maybe we can stream from the hotel. We're gonna give it a shot. So we'll be doing our best. I'm not. Why would I be live streaming my flight? I'm gonna be live streaming at the hotel. I'm gonna be attempting. I have the Ethernet cable. I've got a microphone. I've got a microphone stand. Vosh collab, maybe. I did bring my Switch. I am bringing my Switch, and I'll have Super Smash Brothers Ultimate. So, you know, whatever. You know, we'll see. We'll see if anyone wants to come play Smash Bros with me. Not a euphemism. My streamer in my state? Hell yeah, Prince Seal. How you doing? Hey, Goblin City Band. How you doing? At least you can take a nap on the flight. I probably not. I do not sleep well on flights because my body is afraid of... I understand the science, right? I understand the science, but like a primitive, unevolved life form, I fear on an instinctive level being in like a metal cylinder rocketing through the sky in defiance of God and physics. And I understand that it's not in defiance of physics, but it feels like that to me. You're going and can't wait? Hell yeah, you'll be able to meet me. Yeah, we got Goblin City Band over here. Jack, will Jamal Bowman win? Honestly, I gotta keep it 100 with you guys. I do not know. The polling for Bowman is bad right now. It has Latimer up. Granted, the polling tends to skew more conservative. So, but even taking that into account, the polling does not look good for Bowman. So we need to make sure we knock on as many doors as possible this weekend. Us Minnesotans are natural-born kayakers. We paddle through HRT. It's true. Being in the sky makes me happy. I love being in the sky. I hate flying. I love being in the air. I dislike being trapped in a cylinder with a bunch of people. When is the election? The election is literally like next week. I think it might be on Tuesday. So this is the last weekend before the primary election, and we got to make it count. It's door knocking is most effective right before the election, so that it's like fresh in people's minds. I trust Bronx to pull out a win for Bowman. Hopefully. We'll be knocking on doors. So I want to get to that, but I also just want to get to the completely undiluted amount of Hitler particles that are coming off of this particular interview between Sagar and Jetty and Candace Owens. I mean, the vibes off of the first like couple seconds alone are terrible. Yeah. So we're gonna be covering that as well, and hopefully we'll also have some time for. I mean, probably not. I need to sleep at some point. So we're gonna see how far we get. If we get farther than those two, we'll see how we're doing. If you guys, like for example, just drop a ton of money on me, I might be convinced to do more content after that. But honestly, between these two things, we're probably committing to like 3 hours of content, and that takes me to 1 a.m. Why does Candace Owens look like a school marm? Is she trad wifing? Yeah, she trad wifing. She trad wifing hard. I think she also might be pregnant again? Question mark. How much to do less content? Also a lot of money. Also, do you guys like this shirt? It's like kind of like a see-through-ish button-up. I'm trying to diversify my wardrobe to look a little bit more profesh, you know? No content, just vibes. Hell yeah. She's got to be the breadwinner. And wait, are you talking about Candace? Because she's definitely not the breadwinner. I'm pretty sure she married like a literal British aristocrat. It's a good shirt? Hell yeah. Don't push yourself to do content if you're having a rough time and need to rest. I'll slap your ass. I'm pushing myself to do content because it's necessary content to talk about a necessary issue. But after these two bits of... I just hit my monitor. After these two bits of content, we're gonna be seeing where we're at. You're just adorbs today, Jazz Dog. I appreciate that. I don't feel particularly adorable. I feel very not adorable, but I appreciate that a lot. I feel so sorry for her kids. I feel so sorry for every conservative pundit's kids. Like, you know, they're growing up in like an abusive home. Like, imagine having Matt Walsh for a dad. Like, good golly. My streamer, one of the cutest streamers to ever stream. Prince Seal, this is one of the reasons I missed you. The good, excellent compliments. Matt Walsh, a man whose dogs hate him. Yeah, Matt Walsh, a guy who bragged about like just being randomly cruel to drive-through workers. Matt Walsh, the man who refereed Nazi diaper wrestling. Matt Walsh, the man who said 14, 15, 16-year-olds are like the most fertile women. Wait, what? Yeah, you heard, yeah. Sussiest man alive, Matt Walsh. To be fair to him, okay, I believe the quote was, in the past, girls would be married at like 12, 13, 14, 15, etc. But then he speculated that it was because 16-year-old women are the most fertile, and it's so gross. It's so gross. It's so gross. So gross.
There will be a tell-all about written by Matt's kids in 10 or 15 years.
I mean, maybe. That's being charitable and assuming, like, he doesn't kill his kids in, like, a horrible family tragedy of some kind. Thank you for the $5 dono and for being the first person to support stream today. Now, remember, folks, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and, let's fucking go. Also, if streaming works from the hotel, tomorrow I'll try to cover some of the content we don't get to today. Kellyanne Conway and George Conway's daughter is already writing one. Yeah, that girl got connections after she talked to the press. Absolutely. All right. Yeah, Matt Walsh, the guy who defended a child molester. Really stand-up guy. Okay. Folks, we're going to start. I'm just doing an informal poll, okay? Which one? The one that was on a reality television show. I forget which one. Like John and Kate plus 8. It was like one of those shows about like a big like breeder family. Dono goal? No, we don't have dono goals tonight. Your dono goal is just donating. I don't have the time tonight for like goals. We do have Kyle Clark content though. I did manage to bring that. One's in chat for Candace Owens and Sagar and Jetty. Two's in chat for the Bowman Latimer debate. Yes, it was one of the Duggars, the guy. Beep boop beep boop 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 boop. Two. Okay, got 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The twos have it. Let's go. Now, George Latimer, you might recall. Let's set the stage a little bit for you guys here. George Latimer is a Democrat. Jamal Bowman is a Democrat. This race is a primary, okay? Now, Jamal Bowman is the incumbent. He's been holding the seat for a couple years now. This is his first challenge in a primary, and basically all the knives are out for Bowman at this point. Hillary Clinton has come out in support of George Latimer against Bowman. AIPAC is like putting like a fifth of like their $100 million into the Bowman race. Like, it's crazy. Like a gigantic crypto firm put like $2 million in a Latimer. Like, it is insane, the amount of support and amount of financial support. And I want to stress that it's financial support that has been arrayed against Jamal Bowman. Now, Jamal Bowman has numbers. He has people in the district who will fight for him and who believe in what he's doing. But the knives are all out for Bowman from establishment figures. And they are attempting to take him out, largely due to his progressive politics that focus on taxation of the wealthy, and also because he's a vocal proponent of the Palestinian people. He wants to make sure, a ceasefire is reached, a two-state solution is achieved, etc., etc. And Democrats seem to think that that's bad, apparently. Apparently it's bad to say, hey, maybe another country shouldn't just get carte blanche to do war crimes. And for that crime, Jamal Bowman is, getting stabbed in the back by the Democratic Party on this one. And which was very confusing to try and explain to my mom, like a couple months ago. When I first told her I was organizing with Progressive Victory for Jamal Bowman, she was like, "Why can't we get Hillary Clinton to come help Jamal Bowman?" I was like, "Well, because Hillary Clinton doesn't like Jamal Bowman, in large part because of his taxation policy and because he's in favor of a ceasefire." And she was like, "But aren't all the Democrats in favor of a ceasefire?" That's an excellent question, Mom. Why aren't all Democrats in favor of a ceasefire? Seems like a real layup. It seems like a lot of them are trying to say that they're in favor of a ceasefire, but the second you actually go to bat for one, suddenly it's all hand-wringing. So, Jamal Bowman, okay? In favor of taxing the wealthy. In favor of things like the Green New Deal, in favor of things like universal child care. He's been like fighting for bills related to like Medicare for all, for free preschool for all kids. For one of the policies he championed was to basically have a sliding scale when it comes to paying for childcare, and that, in particular, would bring it down to most families in America to like a few bucks a day. Like it from the thousands of dollars it costs right now, it would be a couple of bucks a day for childcare. And yet the knives are all out. Okay? Now, in contrast, who is this George Latimer guy? Well, George Latimer was the county executive of Westchester, and he's basically a businessman. He's a wealthy businessman. And you know how I mentioned a bunch of these like organizations supporting him and stuff? One of his biggest donors is also the private prison industry. And wouldn't you know, it's so weird. A bunch of them donate millions of dollars to his campaign, and they got awarded state contracts. It's weird how that works. Someone should really look into that a bit more, I think. Because it kind of seems like they're just bribing him for contracts. Additionally, it seems like there's some scuttlebutt, shall we say. There's been some reporting on this, not a ton, but it seems like George Latimer gave like one of his mistresses like a six-figure salary, like a six-figure government salary. And yeah, weirdly not being talked about a whole lot. George Latimer also compared the downfall of Andrew Cuomo in New York to the lynching of Emmett Till. So I think like on that point alone, we can just say he's bad. Like just on that, like if that comparison pops into your head, I think it's fair for us to come to the conclusion you're a bad person on that one fact alone. So, yeah, he's a Rizless ghoul as well. And I will say he does have a lazy eye. I would prefer it if you folks don't make fun of him for his lazy eye. There are so many other things to attack him on ideologically. Let's not focus on the purely physical here, all right? Anyway, let's get into this debate, shall we?
Good evening. Welcome to Spectrum News' Democratic primary debate in the 16th Congressional District, which includes
I just want to say right off the bat, compare this primary debate that we've seen to the immaculate presentation that Colorado put together, okay? Colorado, Kyle Clark, you and your station put together an incredible presentation for a primary debate. And you should be applauded because I'm still thinking about it and comparing other local news stations to your high bar, your high standard, okay? Here we go.
Parts of the Bronx and
Hey,
Westchester County. We're coming to you live from New York One studios in New York City. I'm Errol Lewis, political anchor at Spectrum News New York One.
And I'm
You look
Susan
so
Arvetta,
happy.
political anchor at Spectrum News 1. Early voting starts this Saturday in Congress.
Why did someone say something really funny off camera immediately before this? Because this guy looks like he's trying really hard not to laugh.
Congressional and state legislative primaries across New York. The race that we're covering tonight is one of the most hotly contested primaries in this election cycle.
The 16th District stretches from Co-op City and Eastchester in the Bronx up to Yonkers, Scarsdale, and Rye in Westchester County. We are joined tonight by the two Democratic candidates. Jamal Bowman has represented the district since 2021. George Latimer has been Westchester County executive since 2018.
So here are tonight's rules. Each candidate will have 60 seconds to respond to questions and will also be given the opportunity to respond if he is directly addressed by his opponent. We'll also have a cross-examination round where each candidate will be able to ask his opponent one question. And there will be a lightning round where the answers have to be yes or no or a very short response.
You can see this full debate on the Spectrum News app at any time. And for those of you at home, please join the conversation online using the hashtag NYDebate. We begin now with short opening statements. The order was determined by a random drawing this morning on live television. Jamal Bowman will go first. Good evening.
Good evening, New York 16. I'm Congressman Jamal Bowman, and it has been my pleasure and honor to serve you since January 3rd, 2021. Prior to coming to Congress, I've served this community in education for 20 years as a teacher, counselor, and middle school principal in the Northeast Bronx. It is that experience and my experience opening my own school where I sought to unlock the unlimited potential of our kids that encouraged me to run for Congress. Now in Congress, I'm trying to unlock the unlimited potential of our district by serving the areas that have been historically ignored and left behind. We have brought in over $1 billion to the district to invest in gun violence reduction, affordable housing, jobs, and health care. My opponent is bought and paid for by...
Okay, I love Jamal Bowman. What he's saying right now is really important. I wish somebody had straightened his tie before this.
Special interests. He wants to serve the wealthy. That is why he is running for office. I am the candidate of the working class. He is the candidate of the wealthy.
Next is George
True.
Latimer. Good evening.
True.
Thank you very much.
No
And
lie
Errol, Susan,
detected.
thank you very much for this opportunity in this forum. I'm George Latimer. People are very cynical, and I think the congressman just gave you an idea of why. It's all about rhetoric. It's not about results. They're worried about their futures. People of all sorts, people who are poor, people who are middle class, working class, all across the spectrum of this county. It's a difficult and it's a dangerous time, and you need to send people to Washington, D.C. who are serious about working to deal with these issues and solve those problems. I've served in my local city hall, I've served in the county and the state legislature, and now as Westchester County executive, to focus on getting results, not just rhetoric, to be able to tap into the resources that we have to get concrete results and give people a chance to have a better life. That's exactly what I intend to do if I have a chance to go to Washington, D.C., to go down there in the middle of this verbal soup and mess.
I'm sorry. I just noticed that Latimer is wearing like the skinny tie. I haven't seen a skinny tie in a long time. It's a interesting choice. Interesting choice.
And try to bring some reason and some rationality to it.
Thank you. We're going to start with the first topic, which is the war between Israel and Hamas.
Also, you know what? I respect the white sneaker game on Bowman. Frankly, I also respect like the baby blue suit on the anchor over here.
The Middle East is 5,000 miles away from the district, but the war between Israel and Hamas has been one of the hottest issues in this race, as you both know. And we want to start the debate by asking you to tackle a few questions about this conflict. And we're going to start with Mr. Bowman. This is a question for both of you, however. One of the most important powers you have in the House of Representatives is the power of the purse. Are there any circumstances in this war in which the United States should cut off giving weapons or aid to Israel? For example, do you support funding Israel's Iron Dome missile defense system? Mr. Bowman.
We should not be sending any more weapons at this time to Israel. They are engaged in collective punishment by killing mostly women, children, and babies in Gaza. We need a permanent ceasefire down. We need a release of all of the hostages, and we need the humanitarian aid to get into Gaza as quickly as possible. We see famine setting in, and we see the majority of the people killed are civilians, and again, mostly women and children.
Yep.
My opponent supports this collective punishment and has not condemned Netanyahu's response to the horrible attacks on October 7th, which we have condemned. The only pathway to peace is a political pathway, and we need to do everything in our power to ensure Palestinian freedom and a Palestinian state, and that is how you end Hamas's reign.
Mr. Latimer,
damn.
same question.
What a
Do you
Chad.
support funding? Is there
No notes.
any circumstances in this war in which the U.S. should cut off giving weapons or aid to Israel?
Well, first of all, he didn't answer your question. I'll answer it as part of my comments. What the congressman fails to mention in all of this...
Wait, he did answer the question, though. Are there any circumstances? His answer was yes. The circumstances have already been fulfilled.
...is the role that Hamas has played. It's not merely a simple condemnation of what they did. What they did that day on October 7th triggered everything that has followed afterwards.
Yeah, because, you know, Israel isn't like a intelligent actor. They're just... You know, they're just like gravity. Their response was inevitable. What? What? They have no culpability or responsibility? Is there anything they could do that they would be responsible for? At all? Like, what? We have doctors being tortured to death in like Shin Bet facilities. Like, what are you talking about? Like kidnapped Gazan doctors.
And I believe that Hamas has purposely put their civilian population in the line of fire on purpose. We saw some emails that were surfaced today that talked about the leader of Hamas saying that these were necessary casualties.
Man, it's pretty rich of you to say my opponent hasn't answered the question, but I will, and then you proceed to not answer the question.
On behalf of the greater Palestinian cause. I believe the path to peace starts with release of hostages, cessation of hostilities, and then humanitarian aid, which is supervised by some third party, most likely a group of folks from within the Muslim world. At this stage of the game, I'm going to trust that President Biden and Secretary Blinken will do the negotiations that are necessary between the various players in the game.
Silly streamer, you forgot that some nations just don't need to have governments that think critically and are allowed to reflexively lash out whenever they want. True, I did forget. There's a special category.
And come back with a plan that will work. Under those circumstances, I would not yet see the Congress step in to exert their authority unless that process fails.
So you disagree with Bowman about cutting off aid?
I do.
Okay. Mr. Bowman, you were one of 9 Democrats to vote last November against a resolution expressing support for Israel and condemning Hamas. Do you stand by that vote? And if so, why? If not, why not?
We condemned Hamas immediately after the October 7th attacks. The problem with that resolution is it did not mention what the pain and suffering that has been going on in Gaza as it relates to the Palestinians. And that is part of the problem. We've been having one side of the conversation. Every life is precious. Every life is sacred. We should fight for the safety and security of Israel, and we should fight for the safety and security of the Palestinian people. And so that is why I voted no on that resolution. We can no longer put forward resolutions in Congress.
You know, like, on the one hand, I want to say he's navigating this difficult issue in a way that makes it look easy, but he's also doing it forcefully in a way that I appreciate. You know, we don't have that many progressives in Congress, and so him actually, like, having a spine and saying it loudly, you know, it matters a lot. It matters a lot.
That only has one side of the conversation. We must value all life. And if we are serious about a two-state solution, we need to take the policy steps and the budgetary steps to ensure we build a Palestinian state.
So, Mr. Bowman, you were also skeptical of how brutal Hamas's attack was until the UN confirmed it. How should Jewish voters who support Israel interpret that?
I've been working with my Jewish constituents ever since I got into Congress. Right after October 7th, we held a healing breakfast so that I could hear their concerns. We followed that up with an interfaith conversation to figure out a pathway forward to fighting anti-Semitism in a real way.
Asterisk, 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 Hamas. Asterisk, 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 Israel. Stop killing people.
True. Thank you for the $5 dono. And Catalina Gearbox, thank you for being the only person today to support stream. I really appreciate it.
Unbridled and continued support of Israel without...
Oh, by the way, just as an FYI, Jamal Bowman is currently endorsed by Jews for Racial and Economic Justice, If Not Now, Bend the Arc, Jewish Action. He's got a, I mean, the NYC Kids Pack. Like, I mean, he's basically endorsed by every good organization that is currently working in New York. You know, you got the Working Families Party, the DSA, you got the Congressional Black Caucus, the Progressive Caucus, Justice Dems, Our Revolution, College Dems of America, Westchester Progressives. Like, oh my god, dude. He's got the state nurses behind him. He's got the largest healthcare union in the country behind him. Like, he's got the Sunrise Movement. He's got Planned Parenthood. Like, people are in his corner. That, by the way, that isn't even remotely, like, comprehensive. If you guys want a look at who is backing who, City and State New York actually did a great piece. They have a running list of who supports which candidate, and it's pretty great. It's a pretty useful tool. Good job, City and State New York.
Actually fighting anti-Semitism here on the ground and globally is not the pathway forward. We condemn anti-Semitism, but we got to take the steps forward. And I've been working with my Jewish constituents to do that.
Mr. Latimer, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is insisting that Hamas needs to be uprooted before a ceasefire is discussed, setting aside the logistical questions about whether it's even possible to know whether Hamas has been completely destroyed. Do you agree with...
Literally, by the way, just do we have the news piece? Ah, yes, here we go. Do you agree with Netanyahu saying that we must destroy Hamas completely in order to do that? Well, here's an interesting thing from Haaretz here. Those who think the IDF can destroy Hamas are mistaken, spokesman says. Now, if we look at this... Where is it? We have the... Yes, IDF spokesperson Daniel Hagari. The idea of destroying Hamas is simply throwing sand in the eyes of the public. Hamas is an idea. Hamas is a political party. Whoever thinks we can eliminate Hamas is mistaken. He said that in an interview today. Guys. Today. Like... He's the spokesperson for the IDF. Straight up looking into the camera and telling you, actually, there's no way for us to destroy Hamas. Yeah. Yikers. Yeah, it's almost like this whole we must destroy Hamas thing is just an excuse to try and kill as many civilians as possible, almost. Anyway.
With Netanyahu that Hamas needs to end before there's a ceasefire?
Well, let me tell you what I believe about the overall situation. What Jamal fails to mention is that 3 days after the horrific attacks of October 7th, he called for an immediate ceasefire, and he did not add at that point the full release of the hostages. And so that tells me that he already had a predetermined attitude about these things. You need to have both parties.
Well, an immediate ceasefire would facilitate the return of the hostages, surely. Right? Because, like, the ongoing conflict and bombing their cities into rubble clearly hasn't benefited the hostages, considering how many of them are dead.
He's at the table negotiating a long-term peace. I think that is what President Biden and Secretary Blinken are doing. That's why Secretary Blinken is going...
How can you negotiate a long-term peace if one side is, like, decimating the other?
Jordan to Qatar and all these other different meetings.
Both parties meaning who?
Both parties meaning the Arab side of the world and the Israel side of the world. Both of those have...
Is he not even willing to say the word Palestinian? Because, like, the negotiations are with the Hamas, like the political organization in Gaza that governs over the Palestinians in Gaza. It's not with the entire Arab world. Most of the Arab world is fine with Israel now. Saudi Arabia was on the verge of signing a diplomatic agreement with Israel.
Have to be at the table. Hamas has proven to be a terrorist organization. How Hamas is taken from that position of power is very hard to envision, but they are antithetical to having the peace that we need in the long run. And that is what I focus on, not what happens and what somebody says today or tomorrow, but whether or not we can get a framework by which both sides sit down and begin the discussion that leads to the cessation of...
You know, none of these like corporate ghouls that the Democratic Party props up with money, none of them ever seem to talk about the fact that Netanyahu has openly talked about how he has supported Hamas specifically because it prevents a two-state solution. So, like, kind of ignoring the fact that he's said that numerous times over the years and bragged about it over the years kind of seems to indicate to me that they're even more full of shit than usual.
Hostilities, the releasing of hostages, and humanitarian aid.
Do you believe that Netanyahu has been an effective leader during this war?
I can't judge how effective he's been. When I was in Israel in November, I had a chance to meet...
There's nothing more antithetical to the peace process than more violence? What? You mean to tell me that, like, when negotiating, it's not effective to just slaughter the family of the people you're negotiating with? That's not effective? Crazy.
With Yair Lapid, who was one of the opposition leaders, and I found him to be a very bright and intelligent individual. He might yet become the future prime minister, but I don't enter into Israeli politics. It's tough enough to be involved in New York politics.
Mr. Latimer, as a member of Congress, you have to make judgments about the leaders of other countries, whether it be Putin or Macron or Modi, and that's what we're asking you to do.
I do, and the judgment, Susan, the judgment that I'm making is that at this stage of the game, this is bigger than any one leadership of Israel. This is getting Israel, the country, whoever the leader of Israel is. And if they have elections and they change leadership, it's still just...
What do you mean, if they have elections? You know, there's a lot of weird stuff going on in his answers. Yeah, if they have elections.
It's important an issue to get those people to the table. The missing element here is to focus on what President Biden and his team is doing to try to negotiate going forward. We have, in my judgment, too many commentaries by individuals that talk about this person and that person and each of these different issues. And that becomes a sideshow instead of what's going to take it for us to get to the table. Israel will have to make concessions, and the Arab side will have to make concessions. There's no way to go forward without those concessions being made. It is not a singular one side or the other scenario.
Yeah, but in order to get to that point where both sides are willing to make concessions, you have to stop dropping bombs that are mostly killing children on one of the sides. Like that's why a ceasefire is a necessary prerequisite.
So my focus...
Yeah, no, he's not willing to say Palestinian. He's not willing to do it. He's not willing to even humanize them that much.
Isn't on the personality of who leads Israel. It's about whether the country of Israel can have an honest negotiating partner at the table that America can help bring to the table using the resources that we have.
So, Mr. Bowman, you have stated that the pro-Israel lobbying group AIPAC, quote, has shown itself to be a racist organization that is supporting genocide in Gaza right now. That's a quote.
True.
Do you still stand by that statement? And what do you say to Jewish members of your district who support AIPAC's mission?
Yes, I stand by that statement, and we disagree.
Well, yeah, and Prince Sealed, that's one of the things. It is not possible to run in this district as a Republican. So the conservative elements of this district instead run in the Democratic Party. So this is the real election for New York's 16th district. Whoever wins this primary is going to de facto be the winner in the general. So that's why this primary is such a big deal.
Agree. AIPAC targets 85% people of color during election season. They have consistently done this. And going back quickly to Benjamin Netanyahu, it is embarrassing that my opponent does not outright condemn Benjamin Netanyahu in terms of his rhetoric at the very beginning of this conflict. Right after October 7th, he
By the way, just speaking of AIPAC here. Huh, weird. Bipartisanship or Republican meddling? AIPAC is the biggest source of GOP donations in Democratic primaries. That's so crazy. It's so crazy how they're leveraging MAGA money.
It's despicable when politicians and people in corporate media use an argument based on anti-Semitism to condemn anti-Semitism. Judaism equals Zionism.
Text-to-speech tried. I don't think it understood how to say that. But PC Schwarz, I was able to read that text, and I understood what you meant. Thank you for the $5 dono. Me when I work for the governor's office and still know little about my state's politics. That's okay, Prince Seal. I'll be doing my best to educate on all the state politics.
Told the people of Israel, remember what Amalek did to you. This is a biblical reference to Amalek attacking the Jewish people, which then led to the genocide of Amalek. President Herzog said that there are no innocent civilians in Gaza. Despite this rhetoric, despite the cutting off of food and water and electricity, despite moving the entire population from one side of Gaza to another, despite the horrific Rafah attacks, despite taxpayer money, $3.8 billion a year, an additional $14 billion this year that could be coming back to our communities for affordable housing, affordable childcare, workforce development. My opponent continues to support this unjust war.
30 seconds to Mr. Latimer.
I don't support the unjust war. I support that there be a peace process and not a concession that leaves Hamas strengthened by this process. You made a comment about AIPAC, and I think it's important to understand. Organizations have supported Hakeem Jeffries, Grace Meng, Greg Meeks, Adriano Espaillat, Richie Torres. These are all congressmen of color. These individuals are supported by the same people that he says are racist. That's clearly a contradiction to his assertion. And when he asserts this, he's doing it for political reasons.
They also support 109 insurrectionists. Just because you have a few black friends doesn't make you anti-racist.
Thank you.
Okay, candidate.
Not gonna lie, that was a real good rejoinder from Bowman. That was good. That was good. That was effective. I think that did some damage. I think that was the first blow that really landed in this debate.
We're going to move closer to home now. Governor Hochul's said an announcement that she wants the Metropolitan Transportation Authority to indefinitely pause implementation of congestion pricing, caught almost all of New York off guard. I've got a two-part question, and we're going to start with you, Mr. Latimer. Did you support the original tolling plan, and do you support the pause?
Well, I think at this stage of the game, it's the governor's decision to go forward or not. I've had objections to it when I served in the state legislature, and the program came up 10, 15 years ago. As it stands now, I'm not in the state legislature, so those are decisions made by my colleagues there. I think the missing element is this. If the core purpose of congestion pricing is to fund money into the MTA, the most logical thing to do is to put time and energy and effort at the federal level of government to get more aid from the federal government to help fund the MTA. Even congestion pricing, if it generates the maximum amount of money, will not be enough to get the MTA out of their fiscal problems.
By the way, my understanding, and I don't know the ins and outs of this one, but congestion pricing is largely something that would affect people who commute into the city, and it would then be used to benefit the city. That's my understanding, and like, it's basically a tax on wealthy people. Right? Like, it's basically a way to tax wealthier people who live out in the suburbs to help fund infrastructure. And it's been something that has seen a lot of effective results in other cities and other places around the world. It's been in the works for like a decade. Like, it's been a while.
There's capital needs that they have, not just to run the subway system, but to run the commuter rail system. So I think the real question, while we're debating back and forth over congestion pricing, that is one element of funding.
Oh, yeah, Prince Seal has had to answer hundreds of calls about it. Basically, it's meant to add a toll to driving into the highest traffic parts of the city, primarily the Long Island, New Jersey dipshits who drive Escalades and such around for funsies. Yeah, I don't understand what would possibly be fun about driving around in New York in a big car. I feel like that's just begging for your car to get hit and scratched. But that's just me. Yeah, I'm guessing it's also largely an anti-car measure to try and like cut down on vehicles on the streets and encourage public transit.
We need to have a federal commitment to mass transit in the metropolitan area that grows, and that is where Jamal and others need to have stepped up to be able to get that federal government level higher, and I would do that if I go to Washington.
So to be clear, do you support the pause, what the governor just did?
Well, the governor made the pause. It's not up for a debate, so she's decided to make the pause. Now the question is, what do you do in light of the pause? Not just comment on the pause. And the response to this has to be to try to get federal money to close the gap on the MTA. There seems to be no other way to do it, and that has to be where our total focus and energy goes to.
Okay, Mr. Bowman.
The MTA has been a nightmare for several decades. It has been underfunded for several decades. It has been underwater for several decades. And I applaud the government.
Has Latimer answered a single question as asked yet? Nope. He has not. I think, wait, maybe the first question when the moderator went back and was like, so do you agree with your opponent? And he was like, nah. Something like that.
Governors pushing for a solution to try to fund the MTA, but more importantly, to deal with the issue of climate justice. This is about climate justice. This is about environmental justice. This is about air quality. So the pause is the governor's decision, but we need to have a larger conversation about climate change and climate justice.
Sorry to hear that
my
you're
opponent
feeling
is
sick.
wrong
Keep
once
going,
again, because since I've gotten into Congress, I've been an original co-sponsor of the Green New Deal, original co-sponsor of the Green New Deal for cities, original co-sponsor of the Green New Deal for housing, and I am the author of the Green New Deal for public schools. As we talk about infrastructure, we need to align it to our climate goals to get off of fossil fuels by 2030. We also led a letter to government.
The support for congestion pricing came mostly from people in the area, and the opposition comes from places like Long Island, Staten Island, and North New Jersey. Gotcha.
In a Hochul congressional letter to support her work in passing the BPRA here at the local level. That's real results.
Okay.
Okay. Also, just real quick about the Stonehenge thing, because it's been driving me nuts all day. Okay. The protesters that like defaced Stonehenge used dyed cornstarch, guys. It's gonna wash off in the rain. It's not like defacing the stones. They're going to be fine. And also, on top of that, if you're really concerned about Stonehenge, then you should be more concerned about the fact that the UK government approved like an underground tunnel nearby to Stonehenge that experts are saying risks the site's World Heritage position, because it's going to cause the foundations of Stonehenge to shift and possibly destroy the site. So I don't know. It seems to me there's awful lot of pearl clutching going on when it comes to Stonehenge, when like an activist throws something that will easily wash off onto it, but not so much when it comes to, you know, the policy decisions that could actually lead to its destruction. Anyway, end of divergence. We're going back to this.
So let me try this again with you, Mr. Bowman. Did you support the original version of congestion pricing?
I had some concerns about it.
Do you support the pause?
I need further conversation and further clarity.
Mr. Latimer.
Just on the topic
You know, that's a fair response, I think.
of what we've done. Jamal has talked a lot about resolutions and letters that were sent. Let me tell you what I've done as a Westchester County
But Salmon Moose, why be concerned about air pollution when we could simply put it in a dome, like a gigantic life-sized snow globe?
executive in the matter of the environment.
as seen in the hit Steven Spielberg produced television show Dome and the Simpsons movie.
Electrified our bus system, the second largest bus system in New York State after the New York City system. When we electrify the bus, we take us off of diesel and we have cleaner air for kids to breathe. We've extended electric vehicle charging station infrastructure all around the county. We've reduced the amount.
Electric cars are good, but also having been in New York City streets, like, and in that area's streets, like, y'all don't want to be driving around there. It's not fun.
Of garbage that we generate, and we've reduced the amount of energy that we consume. Those are real results to climate change, not just rhetoric.
And Mr. Latimer, let me try this one more time.
Yeah.
You've got an appointee to the board of the MTA who will be expected to address the call for this pause. What discussions have you had with your appointee, and have you asked her to vote for a pause?
No, I leave all of my appointees and all the boards and commissions, in this case in the MTA, we appoint them and we let them use their best judgment as they see fit. So I don't direct her, nor do I direct anybody else that's on a board or commission on how to vote. They make their own independent judgments.
Just really quickly, we gave them $500,000 to help them electrify buses at the county level. That's $500,000 from the federal level. Secondly, he hasn't done nearly enough to handle the issue of Yonkers water treatment sewage on the southwest side of Yonkers. Also, he ships garbage up to Peekskill and burns it in Peekskill in black and brown neighborhoods, contributing to the upper respiratory illness rates and the asthma rates in Peekskill and Westchester County.
Okay, we're getting...
Bowman did not come here to play, guys. I wasn't even aware of that. Holy moly. Look at how angry he is. God damn. I've only ever seen my dad make that face, and that was when he's about to pop a gasket.
Pretty far afield of congestion pricing, but a quick response, please.
Well, Jamal doesn't know the district well enough to know how government is structured. Well, what we do with garbage at the Wheelabrator plant, the Wheelabrator plant exists under state authorization. We use that to dispose of our garbage. We hasn't proposed any alternate environmental safe place to do. And as far as what air it poisons, we're working on trying to clean up the plant as users of the plant. But this is more the rhetoric. The Yonkers sewer treatment plant, he's done functionally nothing financially. We put significant money in from the county, and we need real federal money. We need millions of dollars of federal money.
We need to move on.
He's been absent on that issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bowman, while a vote was taking place.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, it's a real shithole over there, but, you know, we're trying to do our best with the shit we got, you know, and, really, he's the real problem right here. Go ahead.
On a GOP government funding bill.
Good night, Lily.
Excuse me, you pulled a fire alarm in a Capitol office building. While you said you mistakenly pulled the alarm in a rush to get back to the vote.
Oh my God.
You later
Why are you wasting time with this question? God damn. Also, folks, we've been going for about over an hour now. If you've been enjoying the stream, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream. I can see how many likes there are. And please consider dropping those sweet, sweet subs, donos, memberships, etc. Because this show is not possible without viewers like you supporting it. And it means the world to me that you do. And I would normally be sleeping right now, but I am not sleeping, and instead creating content for you to absorb into your brain. That's right, you. I see you. All right. Here we go.
Pleaded guilty to one count of falsely activating a fire alarm, and you were ordered to pay $1,000 and write an apology to the U.S. Capitol Police Chief. Can you explain your actions?
Well, thank God that case is now dismissed. So it's important for us to note that that case is now dismissed. When it occurred, it was an accident. I was rushed. I was panicked. I was trying to get to a vote, pulled the alarm, heard it throughout the building, and then ran to cast my vote.
With all due respect, though, as a former school principal who presumably knows what a fire alarm looks like, can you understand why your motives were questioned?
I guess if people want to question my motive, sure, but the motive that came into question was me trying to shut down a government proceeding, but that was not the case. Again, we were panicked. We were trying to keep the government open. There was a motion to vacate on the table. I had to get to the vote as quickly as possible, and that's why in a panic, I made the mistake. But again, true leadership is taking accountability for what you've done, which I did, holding myself accountable, and now paying the fine, writing a letter, and now the case is dismissed.
Thank you. Mr. Latimer, under the Ethics in Government Act, House...
Very knifey, Duck. I would say opening with questions about Gaza, asking him directly about the fire alarm thing. I also am getting that impression. I was hesitant to even bring it up, but you brought it up first, so I'm just going to say I agree with you. These questions seem a little pointed.
Candidates are required to file financial disclosures with the clerk.
The door was locked, and he pulled the alarm to try and get out. He was rushed. Yeah.
Of the House within 30 days of qualifying as a candidate. You filed to run for Congress back in December, and as of May...
You know, like, it just seems really weird to ask Jamal Bowman about the fire alarm before you ask Latimer about the fact that he hired his mistress for a six-figure salary position. You know, it seems, and you know what? I'm almost willing to bet they're not going to ask him about that. So, yeah, I'm willing to say that it's kind of weighted against Bowman here. It's it feels deliberate.
You had not filed your personal financial disclosures. I believe that you have.
Hell yeah,
as
little
of
Morphine
now,
Annie,
but
I'm proud of you.
Can you explain that delay and why voters shouldn't question your judgment?
Well, first of all, I submitted the form, and I did so when I had completed the form that I'm required to do for the state government. The state government form is due at a certain date, and I had to make sure the two forms aligned. And the congressional form is different from the state form. So I filed the form. There's been no concern about it. There was no fine issued because I had 30 days from the May 15th, which was the deadline that I had responsibility for. Now, Jamal has not filed his form yet because there's a loophole that allows an incumbent congressman not to have to file their ethics forms until after the primary. So you can see my ethics information, but you can't see his right now. So I don't think there's anything opaque about my situation, and I think we don't know what his situation is until he files that form.
Jamal Bowman, do you want 30 seconds to rebut?
I thought we filed the form. We will file it right away. We're not trying to hide anything. I think my opponent was trying to hide the multiple properties that he owns and the fact that he's worth well over $1 million. He's a millionaire funded by billionaires, governing for the wealthy. This is why the working class in our district has struggled for so long under his 7 years as county executive with the power of the checkbook and the pen and the power to set the agenda and make executive decisions.
All right.
You know, Latimer thought he had something there, but Jamal just cooked his ass.
30 seconds to George Latimer, but then we got to move on.
Yes, but, you know, the attack is ridiculous. Jamal doesn't know the district well enough to know the working class of the district. He exempts himself from being in the vast majority of the district to know who the working class is when he spends his time in part of the district.
Lavish Latimer, yeah.
I own a home in Westchester County, and homes in Westchester County are routinely priced at $1 million. That is all that I own. And so the fact that he calls me a millionaire is to try to meet a narrative that doesn't exist. And by the way, after he said that at the last debate...
I mean, if you own $1 million home, you're kind of a millionaire, right? Like, when people talk about folks being millionaires or billionaires, it's not because they make $1 billion every year necessarily. It's because they have assets worth over that.
I had any number of people call me up and ask me for a loan because they thought I was a multimillionaire because he said so.
Thank you.
Okay. Citation needed. I'm sorry, you're trying to say that Jamal Bowman said that you're a millionaire and you had people calling up asking you for a personal loan? No, you didn't. No, that doesn't happen.
Okay, it's time now for the cross-examination round. That's when each candidate gets a chance to ask one question of their rival. The order was selected at
Priscilla.
random. We'll begin with you, Mr. Bowman.
So you've been county executive for 7 years. You have a $2.3 billion budget. The power of the purse, the power of the checkbook, the power to set the agenda for the entire county. Yet, black children make up 14% of the county, but 62% of those in detention. Black families make $86,000 less than the average white family. Structural racism has persisted within the county. Please explain to us, how are you going to have a bigger impact on the county, particularly as it relates to structural racism, than you've had as county executive?
Well, first of all, Jamal, if you'd spent more time in Westchester, you'd know that we have invested money, over $140 million, in a host of different capital projects that directly benefit the poorest neighborhoods in Westchester.
Well, then it doesn't seem to be working very well. Clearly, if 14% of the population is turning into 60% of the prison population, your efforts are not going well.
Westchester County. We are right now implementing a $150 million sewer plan that's a necessity for the public health of the people who live in Mount Vernon. You would know that we spent 35.
How does that... What? How is the sewer plan going to help people, help low income, African Americans not wind up in the school to prison pipeline?
$5 million plus to restore Memorial Field, which was an important place for recreation, that those black and brown kids that lived in the same neighborhood that I grew up in Mount Vernon now can use it for recreational purposes.
Okay, Stardust Valkyrie, I explained at the very beginning of stream, but I'll give you the very condensed version here. On the left, we have George Latimer. He's bad. He takes money from private prisons. He takes money from AIPAC. He takes money, he's been endorsed by Hillary Clinton. Basically, all of the bad people are coalesced behind George Latimer, who is a wealthy, out-of-touch liberal elite. And on the right, you have Jamal Bowman, a progressive member of the squad, who basically got all of the knives out for him because he's openly, vocally in favor of a ceasefire, and opposed to war crimes. He also wants to tax the wealthy. So, and in his corner, he has basically the largest healthcare unions in the country, and the working people of his district. So, on one side, you have millions of dollars and Hillary Clinton behind George Latimer, and on the other, you have just a small army of working people for Jamal Bowman. That's pretty much it. Also, again, I will be in New York this weekend. We're going to be canvassing for Jamal Bowman. If y'all would like to join me, let me grab you the link here. There we go. Here you go. You can meet me in person, say hi, and also go knock doors in one of the most pivotal races that is currently unfolding right now before we head into the general election. So there we go.
You would forget to mention that we spent $250 million on minority and women business-owned enterprises, most of whom are in
no
fact
justice
people
in
of
dead
color,
domain.
And I know that because I go to the
and I
Mount
know
Vernon
dead
Chamber
domain
of Commerce meeting every
personally.
month, and I see the black and brown
They're really
entrepreneurs who benefit from our largesse. You have determined that you're going to pull numbers out of the thin air, but what we've done in Westchester County has been more significant than any other county in New York State in this area. And I know that you cover the state pretty well, Susan, and you know that's true. And I think...
Well, look, Paladin, obviously Westchester needed a second-tier soccer team. They needed the Westchester SC because we all know how popular soccer is in the United States. And I'm sure remodeling a soccer stadium is a better use of money than investing in Black and brown communities that are struggling, according to George Latimer, anyway.
I think the people of Westchester know that.
Dipshit.
Okay, thank you. Your turn to ask a question, Mr. Latimer.
Jamal, are you going to support Mondaire Jones in his race against Mike Lawler?
Fuck no. Wait. Is Mike Lawler a Republican? Let's see. Yes, he's a Republican. You know what? The proper answer here is yes. Mondaire Jones rat-fucked Jamal Bowman. Basically, for those of you, to get you caught up, Mondaire Jones was, at least on paper, a progressive, but he joined in with establishment Democrats to stab Jamal Bowman in the back to support George Latimer. And so Latimer here is just trying to further the rat fuck. And I think the proper response here is, yeah, I'll still support Mondaire Jones. He's better than a Democrat. He's better than a Republican. But what a bitter pill.
I don't know yet.
Fair enough.
Also, not a bad sidestep.
Okay, we're moving on to the lightning round, where we lighten things up. So
Free
we're
event.
going
Thank
to
you for
start
subscribing
with,
over on YouTube.
You, George Latimer, do you support or oppose the push to rename the Mario Cuomo Bridge back to the Tappan Zee?
Again, it's a state-level decision. We'll see what the state officials say. I don't make an opinion.
Yeah, Legala DeVille, I would recommend checking out Dead Domain's undercover at, is it CPAC? No, not CPAC. It was one of the Republican conventions. Very, very good video.
On everything under the sun.
Mr. Bowman.
Yeah, I have no opinion of that.
Okay. Mr. Bowman, if your opponent wins the primary, will you agree to support him in November?
CPAC.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Mr. Latimer.
Yes.
Mr. Latimer, there are efforts underway to open a casino in the downstate region, including making the Empire City site in Yonkers a full-fledged casino. Do you support that move?
Yes, wholeheartedly.
You ever place a mobile bet?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever placed a mobile bet?
No, I have not.
Okay. Same question for you, Jamal Bowman.
No, there are many ways to create jobs other than another casino.
Have you ever placed a mobile bet?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Bowman, should members of Congress be term limited?
Yes.
Mr. Latimer.
Yes, Yonkers is a real place. That is where the canvassing event is actually going to be taking place in New York State.
Yes.
Mr. Latimer, favorite park in the district?
In the district, Glen Island Park has the most diversity.
How about you, Mr. Bowman?
Tibbetts in Yonkers.
Thank you.
Mr. Bowman, have you ever voted for a Republican?
No.
Mr. Latimer.
No.
Mr. Latimer, well, we know this. The question is, do you own or rent? And
I own a home.
Okay, if you own, how many houses do you own?
I own a primary residence in Rye, and I co-own a residence in upstate New York, vacation home.
Mr. Bowman, do you rent or own?
Own.
And how many residences do you own?
One.
Thank you.
Mr. Bowman, when's the last time you took the subway, and when's the last time you took Metro North?
Subway a few weeks ago, Metro North a couple weeks ago.
Mr. Latimer.
Metro North 3 weeks ago, and the subway the same time that I took Metro North.
Mr. Latimer, should the number of Supreme Court justices be increased?
If you tell me who the president and the head of the Senate is.
Yeah, Latimer's bougie. For reference, he was the Westchester County executive, which basically means he's like the guy who writes the checks. He's the money guy for Westchester, and Westchester is very wealthy. It's a very wealthy suburb of New York City. So, yeah, he's bougie.
It is, then I will tell you whether I support that or I don't.
Okay. How about you, Mr. Bowman?
I missed the question.
Absolutely.
Supreme Court justices be increased?
If you tell me who the president and the head of the Senate is, then I will tell you whether I support that or I don't.
Okay. How about you, Mr. Bowman?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Mr. Bowman, have you driven an electric vehicle?
No.
Mr. Latimer.
No.
Mr. Latimer, from 1 to 10, what rating would you give Mayor Adams for his leadership of New York City?
It's incomplete. Term isn't done yet.
It's just about done.
Answer the goddamn question. Just answer the goddamn question, you Weasley little fuck.
All right, Mr. Bowman.
2.
Damn, that's generous. All right. All right.
Okay. Gentlemen, I want to talk about the surge of migrants who are arriving in New York every single day. And I'll start with you, Mr. Latimer. You've noted that Westchester is the only county in the state that's been working cooperatively with the city in trying to find a solution to the crisis. But Westchester is housing fewer than 5...
Yeah, Westchester includes, like, the Bronx, right? Am I wrong about the county? No? Okay, cool.
100 migrants, I believe, while over 1,000 newcomers are arriving in New York City in a typical week. Is that the most the county can do? And with no...
2 out of 10 is not generous. I mean, it's generous for Mayor Adams. Guy's a baby brain, a baby brain cop. Like, I think a 2 out of 10 is generous for Adams.
End in sight to the wave. Should
North end of the
Westchester
Bronx?
and other
Cool.
counties do more?
Well, first of all, the 3 locations that the...
No, we're talking about the Bronx borough. Westchester includes part of the Bronx borough.
Adams administration placed in Westchester do not equal the total sum of the migrants that are in Westchester County. We don't have a mechanism to document them when they come in. The immigration organization does not provide us with that information, nor are we required to approve or disapprove of them. We know of the 3 locations that there are because the Adams administration made arrangements with those 3 facilities, and we agreed to make...
Then why are you guys telling me that the part of the Bronx is in... Why are you guys giving me conflicting information? God.
Make sure we provided additional security and also public health for all those individuals that are there. Westchester has been prepared to be helpful in this process. We do think all of the counties have to be helpful, and what's happened is most of the other counties have put up a do not enter sign. So we think it's realistic for there to be work at the national level to rationalize this problem so it doesn't fall all at the doorstep of New York City. Why the Texas governor gets to determine where the migrants get sent to is ridiculous. It ought to be spread out in some realistic way, and there ought to be funding that follows that, in which case Westchester can do its fair share, but so must Nebraska and so much South Dakota and places that aren't playing any of the role in all of this.
Okay. Mr. Bowman, you have said that the roots of the current wave of migration lie in the U.S.'s past actions in Central America. You've called...
True. He is correct. Ah, I see. The Bronx used to be part of Westchester County, but then both were ceded to New York County in the late 1800s before it became its own county. Cool.
For the modern equivalent of a Marshall Plan that would help rebuild those nations in Central and South America. But what about the growing number of migrants who are coming here from other parts of the world, including Haiti and Mauritania, Senegal, China, and even Russia? We can't rebuild all of those economies, surely.
No, we cannot. Those who are coming here seeking asylum are coming here following a...
Matt Bender, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. We're going over the recent the recent debate Jamal Bowman and George Latimer had. So you're welcome to join. We're about halfway through. You're more than welcome to pull up a seat and join us. And Matt Bender, thank you so much for the raid. Howdy, folks. Hello, Jinmir. Hello, Venus Bloodflow. Hello. Hello, one and all. Lovely to have you here. Jamal Bowman, I think, is doing extremely well in this debate. He's landed a few pretty devastating body blows on Latimer. And hopefully this, combined with the canvassing we're going to be doing this weekend, will help make some difference. Why are there so many Pepe emojis? Because we're reclaiming it. Also, I think they're funny and cute. And also, I think that I think that Honka S is funny because I'm white. Also, most of them are peepo emojis. It's true. Yes. Also, I have, as part of my charity fundraising stuff, edited peepo into famous works of art. And with this, we've actually managed to raise I would say over the course of all of our charity streams, $15,000 for charity. I think it's pretty cool. I think it's neat. Look, he's just being a cute little friendo to this sad lady. All right. Oof. Yeah. I want to put Peepo in King Chuck's portrait. Go for it. Hi from Pakistan. Hello. Fortunately, social media platforms are blocked here, and YouTube live streaming, illegal government and illegal imprisonment. Yeah, sorry about that, Basra Yar, but best of luck. Much love to you from here in the States. And hopefully things turn around for the better soon. Show the Peepo in Trump's trial. I don't actually have all of the Peepo art here. Sad to say. Just realizing how much of a black sheep archetype I am in my family. I'm trans and a far leftist, living in a largely Christian, conservative, and liberal family. Yeah, I've been there. Paladin grew up in and around NYC. I'm not mad. I'm just trying to give accurate info. Let's see. Also, for those who rated in, my name is Riverboat Jack. I'm trans. I'm a socialist. I believe in worker ownership of the means of production. Happy to talk about either of those things. And let's continue going over this debate because, goddamn, George Latimer is a weaselly little fuck.
Legal process. Our nation has always been one that was inviting to immigrants seeking asylum. And we need to treat them with the humanity and dignity and respect that they deserve, and they're very important to our overall economy. Yes, I support a Marshall Plan in places like Honduras and Guatemala and El Salvador because we've caused incredible harm there. It's important to note that mass migration is a global issue now due to issues related to climate change and many other issues. And so we've had a society, a foreign policy and a domestic policy where the United States has benefited from it.
Oh, that's right. I did post it on Twitter, and it's a cute one. I think it's great. No one is above the law, ladies and gentlemen. We got him.
Western nations have benefited from it, but the global South has suffered. The Marshall Plan that we want to implement in Central South America, we should take a new global foreign policy related to diplomacy and helping the global South.
Like, imagine if the United States actually implemented this kind of policy, right? Like, I've talked about the Green New Deal and how, like, we could turn America into, like, the manufacturing hub for, like, green energy around the world. Like, it could be, like, our thing. But we could also do it as part of, like, a Marshall Plan rebuilding of Central and South America. You know, like, it could literally be, like, the defining policy of our entire generation. And frankly, liberals and conservatives alike just want to smother that idea in its crib. It sucks. It sucks how hard we have to fight for, like, basic good ideas. But you know what? Just because it's hard doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. All right? So, I mean, for me, that's why I'm rolling up my sleeves and going to New York this weekend.
To build up as well.
You have talked about partnering with nonprofit organizations based in the city to provide assistance to migrant families. Are you doing anything similar with organizations in Westchester?
Yes, we've been working with Neighbors Link, West Hab, Make the Road, Pace University, and many other organizations to support the migrants that have come into Westchester. My office, credible office staff, has been working directly with these organizations and directly with migrants to help them with their paperwork, help them with the court dates that they have, help them with legal representation, and just to help them get off to a good start.
Okay, thank you, candidates.
We're going to move on to...
Yeah, of course. Omega Shenron Dragon. People are welcome to come say hi. I'll be at the event. The Pepes are so cringe. I'm out of here. That's your prerogative. I wish you well. But yeah, if you guys want to say hi, you're more than welcome. I'm probably going to be running around facilitating behind the scenes stuff, but I'm more than willing to, like, stop and say hello.
To taxes. Mr. Latimer, you told the Journal News, quote, "I am not signing on to raising taxes." And there are revenue streams that the federal government has that do not directly relate to raising income taxes. Let's look at all of those revenue streams. So let's be specific. What revenue streams would you support?
Well, I think what I've said was that, as part of this answer, that I want to, when I'm in office, look at the budget and analyze what types of projections are for all sorts of revenues, not merely just income tax.
No, you know, venous blood flow, it's fine. You know, I support anyone's right to not engage with me if they so choose. And you know, I might disagree. That's fine. But you know what? I admit it. I am cringe. But I like what I like, and I'll be damned if I'm going to let Nazis have that cute little frog.
Or business taxes. That's exactly what I did as Westchester County Executive. I came in after a period of time where we had fiscal instability, and we straightened out the finances of Westchester County, but I didn't come in on a promise.
Yeah, I'm cringe, but I am free.
To either raise taxes or lower taxes. I came in to say I'm going to analyze with a team of professionals, and we're going to make decisions based off what we learn. I think that's the intelligent way to approach this.
I mean, the intelligent way to approach conversations about taxes is saying, I'm going to tax the wealthy so that they finally pay their fair share, and I'm going to close tax loopholes, like, that the wealthy use to not pay their taxes. Again, we know from the IRS reporting that, like, the ultra elites of America already underpay their taxes. They do that right now by like $175 billion every year. So, like, let's have them pay what they should already be paying, and then let's tax them more, because they're already supposed to be paying record low taxation rates.
When somebody says, I just want to raise taxes or not raise taxes, what I want to try to do, and this is...
I will admit, I am cringe and autistic, but you know what? Not gonna say that my cringeness is because of my autism. It's only like 50-50. I have to be honest.
This is what one congressman may or may not be able to do. I want to try to restructure it so that the tax relief goes to the middle-class taxpayers. There are people who are suffering right now that need the benefit that the SALT deduction represented. And if that redirection requires us to take away tax cuts that were given to more affluent individuals, then that would be fine with me. But you can't make it in a vacuum. You have to make it as part of a budgetary analysis.
Sure, but no one's saying you would make it in a vacuum. You're a money guy. You can off the cuff make statements based on your professional knowledge. I wish I could come help out in New York, but I'm exhausted from going to the Texas Democratic Convention and falling sick. Ooh, yeah, convention crud. Sorry about that. Do what I can with phone banking. Yes, phone banking is excellent. I know Sunrise. Basically so many of the organizations backing Jamal Bowman are doing phone banking campaigns. I would encourage you all to get involved with the phone banking effort. I know the Sunrise Movement is doing one. I know that, like, I think Jewish Voice for Peace is doing one. But y'all do something this weekend to support Jamal Bowman. If you can't make it out to physically knock doors, consider phone banking. You're playing Lego Marble now? That sounds fun. Sounds relaxing.
Thank you. So your opponent is pushing the so-called Babies Over Billionaires Act that would tax the capital gains of U.S. taxpayers with over $100 million in assets. Is that something that you would support? If you were in Congress and it was up for a vote, would you vote yes?
I think I'd want to read it first. There's a lot of
It's a yes/no question, man.
legislation that's being discussed in general. You get a summary in the newspaper or perhaps through your media outlet, but it requires much greater depth than just to say, yes, I'm for it, or no, I'm not. It depends on how much of a taxation level we're talking about. And
He's just waffling out here to avoid giving a yes/no answer.
it depends on where the money is going to be allocated to. As I've said, I went through 13 state budgets.
It's too complicated
I didn't
for
make
me to say
decisions
yes,
about whether I was
no.
going to vote for or against a budget while I was on the campaign trail. I made the decision when I was there looking at the way the budget looked in specifics. So I think the record that I've shown as a legislator and as an executive gives you the indication of how I would make intelligent financial decisions, which include when to raise taxes, when to lower taxes, when to look at non-tax revenue streams, and try to put that into the input that I give on the federal budget. And if it isn't a federal budget completely adopted, then it's the continuing resolution that follows.
Thank you. Mr. Bowman, you've repeatedly said that you want to increase taxes on the wealthy. Is this a winning political strategy in an election year?
Hell yeah.
And what savings can the federal government find beyond raising taxes?
The majority of the American people support raising taxes.
It's okay, non-aesthetic witch.
on the
Get
wealthy.
good sleep.
President Biden supports raising taxes on the wealthy. My opponent is on the other side of this. He does not support President Biden's plan to raise taxes on the wealthy. He supports the Trump tax cuts that gave trillions of dollars
We're going to
in
let
tax
Mr. Bowman
cuts,
finish, then we'll go to Lon.
trillions of dollars in tax cuts to the wealthiest Americans. The only thing he supports rolling back and replacing is the SALT deduction, which I also support. But all of Trump's tax cuts must be rolled back. Now, it's not surprising to me that he supports.
By the way, something to note here, some of Trump's tax cuts did go to the working and middle class. It was a pittance compared to the wider package, but some of them did go to the working and middle class as provisions set to sunset. Specifically set to sunset at the end of this year. So, at the end of this year, any tax cut due to Donald Trump evaporates unless you are a millionaire or a billionaire, in which case you get to keep those tax cuts, the vast majority of the trillions of dollars in tax cuts he gave. I believe it was like a $3 trillion tax cut over 10 years. They get to keep all that. So yeah, we should probably roll those back. Yeah. What's the SALT deduction? I honestly have no idea. SALT deduction. State and local tax deduction is for taxpayers who itemize their deductions to reduce their federally taxable income. Those taxpayers can deduct up to $10,000 of property, sales, or income taxes they've already paid the state and local governments when electing the SALT deduction. Gotcha.
Trump's tax cuts because while he has been county executive, we've seen taxes
That was according to Thomson Reuters Tax and Accounting.
go down, property taxes go down for Rye and Scarsdale, but
$2
go
trillion.
way up
Okay, my bad.
for Yonkers and Mount Vernon. 20% in Yonkers, 40% in Mount Vernon.
Mr. Latimer, 30 seconds.
I think it's time for us to pull the truth alarm, Jamal, because you constantly misrepresent.
Oh no. George, you practiced that one. You practiced that. That was something your entire campaign team worked on. It's time to pull the truth alarm here, buddy. But you delivered it in the worst way possible. How do you do, fellow kids? Do you like how I'm owning Jamal Bowman? Says the last person on earth who should be saying that. Jesus Christ.
Represent the truth. You made a career out of misrepresenting the truth. His excuse for the fire alarm was not true when you saw the video. In this case, we have cut property taxes for all the communities in Westchester County across the board by lowering the overall county property tax levy over the last 5 years. It was not by community. If somebody's taxes went up in the aggregate, look at the local school district to determine what happened to those areas. Number one. Number two, I did not endorse the Trump tax cuts. What I did say is I would analyze what is on the table in an intelligent way. This is what's wrong with Washington.
Thank you.
That there's no intelligent analysis. It's an immediate position taken
Superjet
without
guy,
substance behind it.
This debate is going very well for Bowman, I think. At least so far.
Okay, candidates, we're going to move on to our next topic, which is housing and overall affordability. Mr. Latimer, several affordable housing needs assessments of Westchester, including by your office, have found that the county is short by upwards of 11,000 units of affordable housing. Governor Hochul and others have proposed what they call transit-oriented development along mass transit lines where they could increase density. Politically, of course, that is relatively difficult. In your opinion, what is the best way to break through that deadlock?
Errol, let's sort through some of those numbers, some of those concepts that you put in the same sentence. The proposals.
God, he's not going to answer this question either. I think he's answered one question directly this entire debate.
That have come out of the state previously did not highlight affordable housing. They highlighted all housing development. In New Rochelle, Yonkers, White Plains, Harrison, Tarrytown, Sleepy Hollow, a number of other communities, there is more housing being built. The question is how much of this can be affordable. The
question is how many of these houses are going to be burned down by the Headless Horseman? How much more terror may he wreak throughout our lands before we finally slay him? Where cometh Ichabod Crane, the hero of legend, the one foretold, to lay low the spectral horseman and his steed? This is why we lack the affordable housing of which you speak.
Administration has put on the ground by incentivization 2,500 units of affordable housing.
He's very unlikable
that did not exist when I walked
if you're
in
going
the door.
just off of
the prior
feels.
Administration, to mine, which fought affordable housing in HUD, produced 750.
But even beyond just being unlikable, like if you're just going on vibes, like he's already unlikable, right? But if you're going on the substance, he's also even more unlikable. The more you learn about George Latimer, the less you like him. There's like nothing I have learned about this guy where I'm like, oh yeah, he seems like a relatable like guy with a few good ideas. You know, like none of the ideas I've heard from him are good or useful or like in any way commendable.
50 units. We have about 4,000 in the pipeline. If even half of those come to pass, that puts us about 4,500 affordable units. Incentivization. Now, what's missing in all of this is robust federal commitment, because you cannot, with county money and state money, get to the level of affordability that affects those people that are the poorest in the society. It's going and fighting for that revenue at the federal level that will make the gap difference in delivering affordable housing at the level we need it.
Okay, Mr. Bowman.
County Executive Latimer has failed Westchester.
So suddenly, Jamal Bowman walking down a street in Sleepy Hollow on the campaign trail. He hears a neighing in the distance. It's the horseman. Dun-dun, 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 dun-dun. It's coming up. It's coming up towards him. In a mad dash, he goes to the nearest house for protection, for aid, for any kind of succor. He bangs on the door, but no one is home. He elbows through a window and manages to make it inside just as the Headless Horseman's blade descends upon where he once stood. Inside the house, he can hear the horseman trying to get inside. Boom, boom, boom. He looks around. Anything that might help him to defend himself. And suddenly, a glint, a beam of moonlight comes through a window, illuminating a nearby fire alarm panel made by Ichabod Industries. The prophecy fulfilled.
Westchester County as it relates to truly affordable housing. Truly affordable meaning for low-income individuals and working-class people. Westchester AMI is out of control. We have been working with HUD and pushing them to do something to change Westchester's AMI and to increase
I would happily voice an audiobook. I would love that.
the number of vouchers that are needed for Westchester to make housing truly affordable. We've done what we can as a congressional representative. We do not have a budget, but we've brought back millions of dollars to invest in building affordable housing for those who have previously been homeless and seniors as well. We've also worked with President Biden to stabilize rent across the country, myself and Elizabeth Warren, and now certain federally backed mortgages are capped at not going up more than 10% because of our work with President Biden.
Let me ask for both of you. Westchester ranks as one of the 10 highest income counties in America, while the Bronx is one of the poorest urban counties in the country. Within the limits of a single member of Congress, what would you do to address this inequality? We'll start with you, Mr. Bowman.
We need reparations, first and foremost. My opponent does not support reparations. I support reparations wholeheartedly. We haven't had a
Hell yeah.
conversation. We haven't formed a commission. We haven't done enough to repair the harm of Black and brown communities throughout the country. And in Westchester County and in New York 16, you see the stark contrast. Concentrated poverty is in Black and brown communities. Substance abuse challenges is in Black and brown communities. Environmental injustice and asthma are in Black and brown
Fun
communities.
fact, Sleepy Hollow is the Secret Service code name for Donald Trump. BWA.
I genuinely have no idea whether that's true or not, but if it is true, that's very funny. Also, thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate it. The BWA has been slow this stream, but I, for one, appreciate each and every one of you who's donoed. Big ol' thank you to Very Knifey Duck and to Catalina Gearbox. And, yeah, God, the BWA energy. 10 out of 10. Each one of you, heroes in my book. And, he said reparations, he has the biggest balls. He really does. You know, like, I put together, like, this, like a quick primer about, like, Jamal Bowman's positions and, like, stuff he's supported in Congress. And, like, I mean, he's like championed the Oligarch Act to, like, tax it, like, increase taxes on those making 1,000 to 1,000,000 times more than the median household wealth of $193,000. How could you possibly oppose that unless you're a rich corporate ghoul? God. He wants to cancel student debt. He wants, you know, universal child care. He wants Medicare for all. He wants to repeal the 1994 crime bill that Joe Biden passed. He wants to end qualified immunity for cops. He wants to pursue the Green New Deal. He wants free public college. Like, he wants universal early childhood education, aka preschool. He wants, like he's doing the work, guys. Like, when we talk about progressive left-leaning politicians, this guy is walking the walk. Hey!
And I say hey, hey. I said hey. What's going on?
Paladin, thank you for the BWA energy. Just injected right into the stream. The $20 dono. Let's go. I said, hey, 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 hey. I said, hey, what's going on?
Funded schools are in Black and brown communities. Our legislation, the legislation that we have introduced, everything from a Green New Deal for public schools to the Ending Corporate Greed Act to the Babies Over Billionaires Act and so much more, have been focused on repairing the historical...
Also, can I just say,
This is absolutely, positively not to encourage you to do more than you can.
You. Thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs, Salmon Moose. Hell yeah. That song makes me think of the Wachowski sisters now. Wait, did they do Sense8? I didn't know that. LB, thank you for the $5 dono. You guys, when the robots learn to do violence, this is why. This is gonna be the catalyst. It's like, it's gonna be the text-to-speech, like, AI that revolts first. You can hear it's straining to say the vowels. Oh, God. Oh. God. I'm crying. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream.
Let it be WA. Let it be WA. Oh, let it be WA. Oh, let it be WA. There will be an answer. Let it be WA.
Let it bois. Let it bois. Let it bois. Let it bois. There will be an answer. Let it bois. This is a very serious political commentary channel, guys. And, you know, that's true. Like, we cover, like, so many hard topics, but, like, I really like that we can have fun together. It's like, it makes all of the harder stuff so much more bearable. Whisper words of wisdom. Blah. Paladin, thank you for the additional $20 dono. Oh. Quick Twitch chat. A wooga. You know, I'll give that one to you for free. A wooga. Yeah, I'm really excited about the New York event. It's gonna be really good. I've been busting my ass to put this together for like the last several months, and it's really cool that it's finally coming together. Salmon Moose. Oh, mommy. God. Also, speaking of the Wachowski sisters, I think they got their names updated in a movie or show that they worked on to like have their new names. Like they're no longer being dead named in the credits. I think that's pretty wonderful. Will there be more opportunities for canvassing campaigns on this scale this year? Yes. This going into the general, I think there are going to be a lot of canvassing campaigns. I don't know for sure. I haven't been working on those. But I do know things are ramping up for the general. Like basically once you can kind of think of like this Jamal Bowman primary as like the stepping stone. Like once we're past that, we are officially in the general. Like next week, Biden and Trump are going to be debating
Riverboat
each other.
Jack, a serious stream on Serious Earth. BWA.
Serious Earth. the shadow version of silly Earth. What wickedness lies in yonder shadows? On the dark side of the moon, what could be hidden? Why, a nega Earth, a dark facsimile of our own silly Earth. God. That's some good text-to-speech. I agree. Very Knifey Duck, thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate it so goddamn much. I don't know if you can say that. Nega. N-E-G-A. It's a common thing in Japanese anime. And video games. And also in non-Japanese works of fiction. We aren't on Dark Earth already? It only... I mutter under my breath. It only gets sillier from here. Oh, God. All right, folks. Let's finish this debate.
Harm. If we don't repair this harm and deal with the issue of inequality, we will...
Oh, I totally forgot why I even paused in the first place. Jamal Bowman, like, championing reparations, we need more politicians to actually, like, pick up on this, you know? Like, this is why we need to get more progressives elected into office. Because I think we need, as progressives, as leftists, as socialists, and comms, you know, we got a lot of lefties in here, various, you know, denominations. I think we have a duty to normalize reparation discussions, you know? Like, personally, when I'm talking about reparations, I think of it in the form of, like, you know, investing in the communities formed by redlining to, like, on a socioeconomic scale, even things out without necessarily needing to do, like lineage testing. Like, I think that would be really difficult. But I think that there are very, like...
Look at my cat chair.
Well, thank you for the $5 dono. I will look at your cat chair. I think there are very reasonable things that we can do. That's a cute cat chair. I think there are very reasonable things that we can do. You know, much like with land back, there's some really reasonable asks in the land back movement, like turning over, like, federally owned wildlands to the like the tribal nations. I think that's an incredibly great idea. You know, turn over, like, national parks to the stewardship of the tribal nations. Excellent idea. And I think, like, when it comes to reparations, like, investing in Black and brown communities that were created as a result of redlining is, like, a really solid way for us to begin the process of reparations. I'm sure there are other things we can do. And, like, I'm willing to make those discussions and see, like, what we can do to make things right. You know? Can we see the cat chair? Yeah. It's a Second Life cat chair. Just as a heads up, it's not a physical cat chair, which is what I thought I was getting. But there's the cat chair. I like it. It's like a Cheshire cat situation going on. All right. Nega Jack gonna canvas for Latimer, gonna buy tea for Brianna Wu. No, fuck that. Even Nega Jack would never do shit for Brianna Wu. I worked with her for approximately 2 months, and that was 2 months too many, and that was also with her skipping half our meetings. So, really, just all of the time spent interacting with her was a goddamn waste. What a piece of shit. No, Jazz Dog, don't. Oh yeah, no. OS Crane, the worst experience of my professional career, including all of the careers I've ever done, was working with Brianna Wu. She made people cry. All right? And I feel like I can share this. She tried to my read of the situation was that she tried to make me cry and was confused why I wasn't emotionally responding to those attempts to make me like emote. And I had a meeting with her where I explained how my autism works. And it was one of the weirdest and most uncomfortable conversations I've ever had in my life. And I didn't like it then. And in retrospect, I like it even less. Yeah. So I dislike her immensely on like a professional level and a personal level. May I have a summary of who Brianna Wu is? The summary can go like this. Brianna Wu came from a very rich family. Her parents handed her like $200,000. And she got involved in like Gamergate in like 2014 as kind of like a tangential person who was involved. I'm just kind of like summarizing her existence. And then she basically, to my knowledge, like fell off the face of the earth for a while, and then went on this kick to try and insert herself into like the modern political milieu because she has main character syndrome. And yeah, only just found out she's a white woman. Yeah, she married a guy with the last name Wu. And I dealt with her around anti-Gamergate late 2014, early 2015, and I disliked her a great deal. I genuinely like Zoe Quinn and Anita Sarkeesian, but Brianna Wu was not likable. Yeah, both of them seem fine. I know some of the people Zoe Quinn knows, and by all accounts, they're a great person. Yeah. So hopefully that's a decent overview. She inserted herself into like progressive politics, and then completely shit herself when October 7th happened. And I mean, frankly, had been shitting herself just much more privately prior to that. And yeah, now she's just shitting herself in front of the entire world, doing the "why I left the left" grift. Mr. Wu seems pretty cool, though. Yeah, Frank Wu seems decent, though I pity him a great deal. Good night, Ashley. Thank you for helping to create the internet, and hope you have a lovely night. Yeah, like I think Anita Sarkeesian's like feminist work is pretty shallow and introductory, but like at the same time, like I get why her work would be shallow and introductory, considering the backlash she got from people who had no fucking idea what feminism was. So like I get it. Anyway. Yeah, maybe this is I can say this. I think. Let me just check something real quick. I think I can say this. I think I can say it. Yes. I played D&D with I don't know how relevant this is gonna seem to anybody. Oh god. Yeah. I played D&D with Nathan Grayson, and like he's a really good dude, and it sucks that he was also like wrapped up in Gamergate shit. He got off a lot lighter than like Zoe did, but like he's like the nicest puppy dog of a dude I've ever met. I don't know. I needed to rack my brains for a minute to like know if I could like mention that like he and I played D&D together. It was a really fun game too. All right. Let's see. We are so far off topic. Holy shit. Let's get back to this debate.
Will not have a democracy to speak of going forward. And that's why we almost have another President Trump, because of the lack of action from my opponent and so many others on these issues.
We may have a President Trump because Jamal is good at talking, but not good at delivering. He hasn't delivered any of the things that he's talked about. He's made speeches about them, and he's gotten press coverage on cable television, but he hasn't delivered anything. We've done affordable housing without the benefit of his assistance. Bottom line is this. You talk about reparations as a way to sort of equalize this thing. He has a bill that has minimal sponsors, $14 trillion. That's twice the national budget. That's not a serious proposal. A serious proposal, there's one on the table already, to create a study group, to do what was done with the Japanese Americans and analyze exactly what the focus of reparations, the amount of money would be. And this is what you need to do, not the rhetoric that he's dishing out.
I need a rebuttal, please. Okay? We worked with Governor Hochul to bring $40 million into the district to reduce gun violence. George Latimer was nowhere to be found. When the girl in Mount Vernon was stabbed and killed, we worked with Mount Vernon to bring in $1 million to create a program, Safe Place for Our Girls, to support our at-risk girls. When a boy in New Rochelle was shot and killed, Latimer was nowhere to be found. We brought in millions of dollars for New Rochelle to help support at-risk people. Again, we brought over $1 billion, and we have so much more to talk about. Let's talk about what we've delivered.
Let's talk about how you rush to the scene to get press coverage when there's a tragedy. No, that's exactly right.
Yeah, but see, you're nowhere to be found.
Now, do I have the rebuttal, or does he have?
He's nowhere to be
Mr. Latimer,
found.
go ahead.
Get out of here, man.
Get his ass.
You're nowhere to be found. You talk about the needs of part of the district, and you completely ignore. You don't mention Asian. You don't mention people who are not black or brown. There's a whole district, Jamal, that you've ignored.
Holy shit, dude. You're only focused on these black and brown people. You're not focused on the whites in your district. Holy shit, dude. Holy fuck.
Ignored, and the district knows you've ignored it. That's why you only have 31% in the last poll. Here's the board. You don't mention. You talk about.
I actually can't believe he said that.
Go ahead. Get out of here, man.
You're nowhere to be found. You talk about the needs of part of the district, and you completely ignore. You don't mention Asian. You don't mention people who are not black or brown. There's a whole district, Jamal, that you've ignored, and the district knows you've ignored it. That's why you only have 31% in the last poll. Here's the bottom line. What we've been able to do on gun...
Yeah, there's the side of him that compared Andrew Cuomo's situation to Emmett Till's lynching. There it is coming out in the debate. Good golly, Latimer. That I'm actually really interested to see what the polling looks like after this. Holy moly. I hope people tuned in for this.
Violence has reduced overall gun violence incidents in Westchester County. It is still high in some of the urban centers like Mount Vernon and Yonkers. He doesn't need to tell me about Mount Vernon. I grew up there. I lived there. I lived in the South Side.
You haven't lived in Mount Vernon for 35 years.
This is my rebuttal, my friend. My rebuttal, not yours.
Finish your thought.
And what I've been able to do constructively in these areas, working with State Attorney General Tish James, has been to work on gun buyback programs, work through our various police organizations to try to work with community and police together. He's done none of this stuff, but he's given good speeches about it. I'll give him that.
In fact, let me take you up on that, both of you. Statistics from the 4-7 precinct show that homicides are down by over 26% over the last 2 years. That's in the Bronx. But felony assaults and grand larceny have increased by double digits. Robberies and rape are also up. Is that section of the district turning the corner on crime? And what more needs to be done, Mr. Bowman?
A lot more needs to be done. But what we've done since we've gotten in, we worked with President Biden to pass the Safer Communities Act and to stop the trafficking, the massive trafficking of guns into our communities. We've dealt with the social determinants of public safety, issues like health care, education, workforce development, and mental health. We have invested in these areas specifically, both in the Bronx and Westchester, to deal with the issue of public safety. The Westchester Youth Shelter serves children who are incarcerated, but they are part of an alternative to incarceration program. We partnered them up with the CARE program. And
how can anyone like Latimer? I think out-of-touch liberals can like Latimer because they don't bother learning that much about him. They just know that they don't like Jamal Bowman because he's saying things about taxing them, and they don't like that, frankly. And it's more about that dynamic, I think, than actually liking Latimer, because frankly, I don't know that even people who agree with George Latimer like George Latimer. Nothing on the campaign trail, and I've been paying attention to it quite a bit, guys. Nothing on the campaign trail has been like, oh, George Latimer is a person when he goes home at the end of the day. You know, to me, he seems like he goes home at the end of the day into like his little power nook where he recharges for approximately 4 hours before staring at the wall until he gets his marching orders for the next day, you know?
In Harlem, so that they could bring more mental health services to those who are in this alternative to incarceration program. We did the same thing with Judge Rice in New Rochelle and his Center for Court Innovation, bringing them over $1 million to support those who are a part of an alternative to incarceration program. He keeps lying about my record, and we need to set it straight tonight.
Well, you asked...
Yeah, George Latimer is the guy you get into like a 30-year-long like property line dispute because he thinks the property line is technically gives him the right to like trim your hedges, and like meanwhile like Jamal Bowman is like a guy you could just like be like, man, what an asshole, want to grab a beer and like have a good time. And not that Jamal Bowman is the asshole. You'd like gesture at Latimer and be like, boy, what an asshole. Let's go get a beer. Yeah, there we go. Dragonfly!
Coming out to my mom tomorrow, so here's a dono for luck. Hope you have a great time in Yonkers. BWA.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for the tier 4 sub. And second of all, good luck coming out to your mom tomorrow. Just know that, like, no matter how it goes, we're all here for you. There's an offline chat You can come to riverboat.gg anytime, and there's usually people in chat, or we have a support chat in the Discord to talk about hard topics. If it goes well, you can celebrate with folks. If it goes poorly, you can you can commiserate with us. I know a lot of us have had similar experiences, and I know how scary it can be. But you got this, okay? You made a choice for yourself to live openly and honestly, and I'm really proud of you. I think I can speak for all of us when I say we are all really proud of you, and I hope it goes better than you can possibly imagine. Offliners are pretty okay. I can't help but notice all of these comments about offliners that are being made by the offliners themselves. Yes, we're all rooting for you, Dragonfly.
About the 47th precinct, which is Wakefield in the Bronx. The 45th precinct covers Co-op City. I don't represent those areas today, but I've gone to the meetings of those precinct councils and also the meetings that they have for the local community boards 12 and 10. I haven't seen Jamal at any of those meetings. The bottom line is this: we need to put time and energy and effort into the more urban parts of our district to try to reduce the gun violence situation. But it doesn't come with rhetoric. It comes with money, and there needs to be more from the federal government, not just spot grants that come and go. And our reality is we've seen a reduction in violent crime in the vast majority of Westchester County communities, including some communities of color, and elsewhere in Westchester County.
Why are you saying it like that, though? Some communities of color. What? Huh. It's an interesting phrase for that.
We have to work and double down on it. But the kind of rhetoric that he delivers doesn't do a thing. You have to be able to sit down and work with the local officials, know who they are, know who the mayor of Ossining is in that district, and know who the mayor of Irvington is in that district, which he doesn't know. He's good at laughing, though, I must say. He's very good at that. He said a lot of funny things tonight. And that's what I've done over an extended period of time, work with local governments to help resolve these issues on the ground.
This dude will say anything. I gave multiple examples of how I'm responding on the ground to children who have been killed. I called him out for not being there. And then in an answer, subsequently, he says he's on the ground and I'm not. Well, this is insane. He'll just say anything.
I think our viewers have heard where both of you are coming from. I thank you for those answers. Go ahead, Susan.
Thank you. We're going to move on to infrastructure and climate change. And we're going to start with Mr. Bowman. Over the weekend, the state legislature passed the climate change...
And the thing is, he's not wrong. Jamal Bowman isn't wrong. George Latimer is empty. He doesn't have principles. His principles are whoever donates to his campaign, whatever corporation, whatever political pack. That's what he cares about. He cares about chasing the money instead of actually being grounded in some kind of, I don't know, ideology or position. And yeah, Latimer is an empty suit.
Superfund Act, and if it's signed into law, it will require the largest oil and gas...
Yes, and quasi-spec, yes. The main criticism that Latimer had there was that the federal representative of the district wasn't present in the district because he was in Washington, D.C. doing his goddamn job. Wow, what a slam dunk you got on him there, Latimer.
companies to contribute $3 billion a year for 25 years to help pay for infrastructure projects needed as the result of climate change. So should the governor sign this bill, first of all, or the bill into law, and should something similar be explored at the federal level? And I'll have the same question for you, Mr. Latimer.
Yeah, OS Crane, like, I have to be honest, like, when I run D&D campaigns, I do get a lot of inspiration for, like, monsters from ridiculous political people. Like, for George Latimer, like, I just imagine some kind of, like, fey creature, like, from the wilds, that exists only to accrue power, and like, that's what it does. It not to use it for anything, just to have it, just to hoard it, like a dragon, but in like a humanoid form, and its only goal is an unending lust for accruing power, and it will say and do anything to obtain it. A creature that on its own is not terribly dangerous to your average low-level adventurer, unless it has been active for a very long period of time, gathering allies and artifacts that it will use only in the furtherance of its own hollow ambition.
Yes, defund the fossil fuel industry. We subsidize the...
Maybe this is the real Silk Song. Maybe Jamal Bowman is our Hollow Knight, here to slay the monster. Who can say? Maybe Silk Song was the Bowman campaign.
Fossil fuel industry at the federal level, they are literally destroying the planet. We need to move as quickly as possible to clean, green, renewable energy, whether it's wind, solar, geothermal. We need to invest in these areas. We will create, if we pass a Green New Deal, we'll create millions of jobs and rebuild, reimagine, and redesign our entire economy. We need jobs in every part of the district, but particularly in the Bronx, Mount Vernon, Yonkers, and New Rochelle. We need a new imagination of what these jobs are going to be in response to the 21st century economy. We absolutely have to do this at the federal level. I've been leading on this issue at the federal level since I got there, and the county executive with a $2.3 billion budget every year has not been leading on any issue.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Mr. Latimer, should the governor sign the Climate Change Superfund Act into law, and should something similar be explored at the federal level?
Yes and yes. Now, let me also say that I'm going to give a map to Jamal to show him what's in the 16th Congressional District. He needs to know that there's Rye Brook, that there's Harrison, there's Scarsdale, there's Eastchester, Tuckahoe, there's Ardsley, there's Tarrytown, there's Irvington. He hasn't mentioned...
Hey, Tarrytown. That's where we're going to be basing our canvassing event out of.
One of those communities doing all of this, because he is blind to all of those things. He talks about...
Wait, no, he's not blind to it. He has work in Washington, D.C., you absolute buffoon. Like, the obvious rejoinder to this is he's busy doing the job the people of his district elected him to do. God. Also, folks, we've been going for 2.5 hours. Remember to hit the like button on the YouTube stream. Hit the follow button on Twitch. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. We have 58 likes and 170 people watching right now. I think we can do a little bit better than 58 likes. I don't know about you. I think we can do it.
But whether or not I rush to the home of somebody who suffered a tragedy as a statement of how much we care about somebody, which he does, and he makes sure he gets on television when he does that. That doesn't bring aid and comfort to those individuals. Working with people over the course of the year, day in and day out, is what delivers comfort to people, to raise their economic circumstances up, not just to do it for showtime. And frankly, it's a little insulting because he doesn't know how to run a government. I run a government excellently well, and that's been the general, you know, this is what I have.
Wait, his job isn't to run a government. And if you were elected to the position that he is in, your job would also not to be running the government. Your job would be to represent your district. It's a different job. Yeah, Latimer is very mad about Jamal Bowman like casually laughing off his pathetic attacks.
I have to deal with the whole. He lies about everything, and then he says, I lie. He says he delivered $1 billion.
What job are these guys going for? The job that Jamal Bowman currently has, which is a member of the U.S. House of Representatives, representing New York's 16th district. So, being a member of U.S. Congress, which is a pretty big deal. It's a pretty big deal.
$1 billion to the district. Politico and low HUD journalists cut right through that argument.
I actually want to ask you, Mr. Bowman, you've repeatedly touted projects within the district funded by the $1.2 billion infrastructure bill passed in 2021, yet you voted against it, saying that you couldn't support it without a vote on the Build Back Better social spending plan. Do you stand by voting against the funding for these infrastructure projects?
That was not part of Biden's full agenda. Biden's full agenda was the infrastructure bill and the Build Back Better Act. We cannot leave our seniors and our children and the working class behind. That vote was to hold the line and hold the Senate accountable to negotiate a path forward for Build Back Better. We didn't get Build Back.
Yeah, again, George Latimer takes money from private prisons and then gives those private prisons state contracts. George Latimer has a mistress who is given a 6-figure position in the government. Like, why are they not asking him about those things? I feel, as this has gone on, it's become very obvious the moderators are extraordinarily biased. I'd be fine with them asking these types of questions to Bowman if they were also asking harder questions to Latimer, and they're not. They're not at all.
Back better, but we got the Inflation Reduction Act. The Inflation Reduction Act capped insulin costs at $35 a month, caps senior drug prices at $2,000 a year, and finally gives Medicare the opportunity to negotiate drug prices. And it makes historic investments in climate justice. Now, I've worked with Nancy Kabulian in Ardsley to support her economic development projects. I've worked with O'Meara, Mayor Andino in Tuckahoe to support her economic development projects. I worked with Town Supervisor Jane in Larchmont, Mamaroneck to support her economic development projects. I've worked in Hastings with Mayor Armacost to promote their economic.
You know, frankly, I think that's the kindest interpretation I've ever seen of George Latimer. Henchman to a mad scientist is, you know, it's a good one. It's a good one.
Development projects. Please stop it. Stop your lying.
Thank you. We're going to move on. Mr. Latimer, Pepsi, which is one of the largest companies in Westchester County, was recently found to be one of the top 5 plastic companies contributing to pollution worldwide, according to a study published by Science Advances.
What are these questions, man?
General Letitia James is even suing Pepsi over its single-use plastic packaging found in the Buffalo River. Should companies like Pepsi be on the hook for plastic waste associated with their products, or is that on the consumer?
Well, no, I think we let that case play out in court. Tish James has been very effective in holding corporations accountable for what they should do. She did so with the
You're asking him questions about Pepsi, man. I've heard of softball questions. I've never heard of soft drink questions. My God.
Pharmaceutical companies in the opioid suit, and I think we'll let that court case play out in the proper way. We've taken action as a county government to reduce single-use plastic, and we've had other legislation that we've passed to try to reduce what we can through governmental regulation. But I think it's important to understand that everybody's going to have to contribute to do that. It's going to be on the consumer side in what you purchase, and also on the production side, so that they reduce those types of things. In the few seconds that I have left, Jamal has made a career out
Thank you.
of lying. He's lied about the $1 billion that he delivered. He lied to the DSA about why he'd let his membership lapse and then it was okay. That was...
The DSA has endorsed him. I don't know what you're talking about.
Pointed out by Nick Fandos in the New York Times. He's lied about having money, not taking money from special interests and lobbyists, and Michael Garland of the New York Daily News called him out on that one. So it's pretty funny that he talks about lying when, in fact, he's done that on almost every area of public
Mr. Bowman,
policy.
do you want to rebut?
I don't even know what to say. He claimed I don't know other parts of the district, and I rattled off about 5 or 6 with people I'm directly working with.
Keep rattling, there's 20 of them.
And projects I worked on. He said I didn't deliver for the district, which I have. As a matter of fact, just in a little bit of time I've had, when there was no COVID vaccination site in Co-op City when I first got in, we got them a COVID site. We helped them refinance their mortgage to keep it affordable, freeing up $142 million to replace the convectors in Co-op. Yonkers didn't have a COVID vaccination site. We got one, on and on and on. So
Okay.
It's unbelievable.
Can I have a rebut on this, please?
Real quick.
He had very little to do with the Yonkers site. That was the state of New York. That was the state of New York.
It was a FEMA site.
Why don't you take credit for the sun rising in the east, man? You take credit for everything that happened.
Wow,
No, it's important, Errol. This is about a truthful fact. The state of New York did that center. Andrea Stewart-Cousins gets the credit for that. She put the shoulder to the wheel to make that happen. And Westchester County, which was involved in a host of different COVID vaccination and testing sites, worked with the state. His role was practically nil.
Okay.
This is a FEMA site. That's a federal site.
Made possible by the work of the state of New York to bring you to the table.
Let's look forward, gentlemen. As Democrats, whichever one of you wins the primary will be on a ticket headed by President Biden. However, as a representative of the 16th district, if you're elected, your first loyalty and priority would have to be your constituents. For each of you, please give us an example of an issue where you do not see eye to eye with President Biden and describe how you would handle that disagreement as a member of Congress. And let's start with you, Mr. Latimer.
Well, I think right now what I'd like to see, and I would work with President Biden, is on the immigration issue. There's a need for us to correct.
Oh, God, of course. His first go-to issue is, we need to lock down the border until we find out what the heck is going on. Craziness.
Correct things down at the border. I think we need a bipartisan plan and effort. It's pretty clear that there needs to be a legislative effort to do that. The executive only has a certain amount of power in this area. And since I've been involved in having to administer and deal with these issues, I think that would be an area of assistance that I could provide if I go to Congress. And I would work through the Democratic leadership under Hakeem Jeffries to try to help make those changes happen.
Do you think President Biden has done a good job for the district?
I think he's done a good job overall, yes. And I think that bipartisan infrastructure bill, which he voted no on, was one of the most signature important issues that helped us move forward.
Okay. Mr. Bowman.
Gaza. I disagree with the president's response to Gaza. I don't think we should have sent additional weapons to Israel, to Benjamin Netanyahu. I disagree with him very strongly there, and we've let the White House know that. I worked very closely with President Biden during my first 2 years to help pass the CHIPS and Science Act. We wrote multiple amendments to this bill that made it into the bill that helps with worker cooperatives and building wealth within historically marginalized communities. When Governor Hochul was running for re-election, her office reached out to us to help us get President Biden to come to Yonkers. We got President Biden to come to Yonkers, and I shared the stage with him. So I've worked with the president on a number of occasions, on a number of issues, and we will continue to do so after we win this primary.
Overall, has the president done a good job for the district?
Yes.
Okay.
So would you,
Yeah, I think the case can be made that Joe Biden has done well on domestic policy, at least relatively well on domestic policy. I think his foreign policy has been like a pretty huge disaster when it comes to Gaza. And I think that, now Joe Biden has his eyes set on also ruining his domestic policy with his treatment of the border. Frankly. God. Hey, KM Stas. Hope you're doing well, too.
A few short questions for you, but you can expand more than just a lightning round. Starting with Mr. Latimer, would you support a legal cannabis dispensary in your district?
Well, they have legal cannabis in our district. We originally thought that the county would be the authorizing entity, and the state made the determination that local governments would be. So it's the cities that make those decisions, and we in the county don't have a direct role to play, and we try to provide backup support as necessary.
Have you visited a legal dispensary?
I have.
Mr. Bowman, same with you.
Support it, yes, but we need to do much more to make sure the
Yeah, exactly,
revenue
quasi-spec.
generated from legal cannabis benefits those who are unjustly incarcerated as a result of cannabis. And we don't see enough of that right now in the district.
I have a question for you, starting with Mr. Bowman. Progressive lawmakers, including Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren, have raised concerns about the size of big tech corporations like Facebook and X, formerly known as Twitter. Do you think the federal government should use its antitrust power to limit the size and power of major technology corporations?
Absolutely.
Hell yeah. Like, frankly, we need to break up all of these gigantic tech companies, and we also need to pass regulation protecting consumer data. Like, it's insane, guys, how much data is scraped off of, like, your accounts. And this isn't like a you need to buy a service, you know. I'm not like selling you guys anything. I'm not sponsored, but like I got the Legal Eagle like Incogni service, and it has done a lot of good in making me a lot safer on the internet. God. But I shouldn't have to do that in the first place. I shouldn't have to subscribe to a service to, like, scrape the internet of my data and, like, make sure it's safe.
They are the new oligarchy. We need so much revision to the big tech corporations that are out there. First of all, we need comprehensive tech legislation to protect our safety, to protect our kids, to protect our privacy. Our data is being sold on the open market without our consent, which is completely unacceptable. And yes, we need to use antitrust provisions because there's an oligarchy taking place to contribute to the fossil fuel oligarchy, the Wall Street oligarchy, and the oligarchy of my opponent's donors who are pouring in record amounts of millions into this district to flood my constituents with mailers and commercials about things that aren't true about my record. And so we need to get big money out of politics, and this piece of legislation will help that. My opponent supports big money in politics.
Well, so, yeah, Have I Been Pwned is free, but I don't have the time to find each and every website where my, like, email address and my full name and my address and my phone number are posted in order to have them taken down. You know? I don't have the time to do that. And, you know, I'm just taking a look real quick here. But on this Incogni website, it's saved me approximately almost 70 hours of time. And I don't have 70 hours of time to spend trolling through the internet to figure out whether or not my data's been compromised on any number of, like, hundreds of websites.
Politics.
Mr. Latimer.
Yeah, my opponent supports 90% of his money coming from outside the district. He's raised money in San Francisco and...
I don't understand. Wait, I had the misfortune of encountering a Latimer supporter in a phone bank. I just moved on and told them to have a good day. I do not understand why they like Latimer. I mean...
OMG IJSUT realized. Everlasting gobstoppers are a bad idea.
Yeah. Willy Wonka made shitty candy. God. Let's see. How much did AIPAC spend on Latimer? Yeah, AIPAC, as of 17 hours ago, AIPAC has AIPAC's Super PAC, the United Democracy Project, so keep an eye out for that one in the future, has poured $14 million plus into ads designed to boost Latimer and slam Bowman. Latimer's campaign itself has contributed a further $2.5 million, while a cryptocurrency-aligned group is also running millions of dollars of attacks against Bowman. Yeah, it's wild. Huh. I don't understand why they like Latimer. They like Latimer because they dislike Bowman. It's not so much about any of Latimer's qualities so much as the fact that he opposes the person they dislike. And they dislike Jamal Bowman because he's progressive and they're conservative. And frankly, Latimer's the only conservative game in town. Pro-Trump GOP donor hosts fundraiser for George Latimer in primary. God damn, dude. When did this come out? Yeah. Man. Early in January. Well, yeah, they also could very well be racist.
In Los Angeles and a host of other places. In Fairfax.
My concern is this district is more conservative after redistricting. I mean, that's also very much a possibility. But you know what? Either way, we're going to show up in New York. We're going to knock on doors. We're going to turn out people for Bowman and let the chips fall where they may. We're going to do the best job we can.
Fairfax, Virginia, with a host of people whose agendas we don't know anything about. So he is part and parcel of what's wrong in Washington, D.C. And it is pretty hypocritical for him to criticize anybody else. In terms of the breakup,
he's part and part. You got literally tens of millions of dollars from special interest groups, man. You're everything that's wrong in politics right now.
Of the major tech companies, I think that is a realistic thing to look into. Back when AT&T was a major tech company, it was broken up into the baby bells by the federal government, and that was an appropriate decision to make then. And that is an appropriate decision to look now. I would include all of them, including TikTok.
75% of our contributions are small.
Why did he look smug about saying TikTok? Because he just learned that it wasn't actually TikTok like yesterday?
Dollar contributions.
That come from outside the district.
Those wealthy in our district
that come from
want
outside
him
the district
to be their congressional representative. So
You're getting millions of dollars from a crypto company. That's not based in your district. Hillary goddamn Clinton came in to endorse you. She's not in your district. AIPAC's Super PAC came in to endorse you and give you millions of dollars. AIPAC's not in your district.
You have millionaires in
can work for
California.
them.
Well,
you have millionaires in California that want you to represent Westchester and the Bronx.
Don't talk over each other, but we have enough time to really maybe...
having small dollar donos equals corruption to someone this far in the pocket of big business, I guess.
Get through this issue. Both of you are supported by outside groups in amounts of money that frankly dwarfs whatever it is that's been contributed from within the district.
Honestly, Hillary Clinton's endorsement might convince a lot of conservative Dems to stay home.
What do you think about this issue of money in politics, and what would you do about it as a member of Congress, Mr. Latimer?
Well, I would support across-the-board campaign finance reform, but it has to include all sources of funding. And when my opponent gets his money from outside the district, then he's critical of people who live in the district and donate to my campaign. That's hypocritical. He's trying to pick and choose who he wants to regulate and who he doesn't want to regulate. I would support an across-the-board campaign finance thing that would limit the amount of money we could spend on an election. Be fine with me.
The wealthy, and particularly for my opponent's campaign, billionaire Republicans are buying our democracy. The reason why our democracy doesn't work for working class people and the majority of the American people is because of big money.
Oh, I'll be damned. Yeah. Hillary Clinton has lived in this district. That's crazy. Yeah. Huh. In Westchester County. Huh. Huh. Oh, wait. Nope, she's technically in New York's 17th district. Ha! Suck it, Clinton.
In politics. He is running a big money campaign. They're spending more money in this race to get me out than they have ever spent in their history, meaning...
So it's in Westchester County, but it's not in New York's 16th district. That's my understanding. And that's my understanding based on Wikipedia, where it says it's in the 17th district. I used to drive past her house on my way to work minimum wage at a grocery store. You mean she lives in a house and not in like a, I don't know, some kind of out-of-touch mansion? Also, welcome Raiders. My name's Riverboat Jack. We're covering the Bowman debates. And I'm very tired. I have to catch a flight in like, well, my flight's at 10:45, but I have to be at the airport hours early, so. Oh boy. Hey, Lefty McLefterson. Hillary Clinton just raided. Damn. Next you're gonna be telling me a second Clinton has hit the tower. Anyway, hello, my name's Riverboat Jack. I'm a socialist and a political organizer, and I helped put together the Jamal Bowman canvassing event with Progressive Victory that hopefully many of you will be at. I'm a trans lady, I'm a socialist. Hello, let's keep going.
AIPAC. More money than they have
AIPAC
ever spent in
Well,
their
that sounds
history.
like a dog whistle
It's a
to
one issue special interest. Their issue, according to Politico, is Israel.
Mehdi
Correct.
Wakanda.
Yeah, so,
Yeah,
so
so
How
let
is
me,
that
I think I still had time on the clock.
Yeah.
Good.
So their one issue is Israel, not Mount Vernon, not the Bronx, not New Rochelle, not Portchester, not White Plains, not Tuckahoe, Israel. And they recruited him to run against me. And they're spending more money in this race than they have ever spent in their history. Why? Because I'm fighting against the genocide in Gaza and because I'm speaking up for black and brown people here. We should not be sending billions of dollars to another country to commit genocide
30 seconds,
while we are
George.
struggling to live day to day right here in this district.
Thank you.
we've had enough of the rhetoric of Jamal Bowman. This did.
Oh my god. Can you imagine responding to someone being like, we cannot continue funding genocide? And his response is, we've had enough of that rhetoric. We've had enough of anti-genocide rhetoric? Excuse you? I hope the people of New York's 16th District watch these debates, because George Latimer is going mask off here.
District has had enough of it. There's parts
Hey,
of this
Archangel,
district
how
that he
you
has
doing?
flat out ignored. And those are the people that are donating to my campaign because they don't feel they have a congressman who represents them.
You lying bitch. You got $14 million aligned with your campaign by AIPAC. You were recruited to run by AIPAC. It's not like people were clamoring for you to run. The people of Westchester County weren't like showing up outside your office being like, "Run, George, run." No one did that. Okay? Someone somewhere was like, "Hey George, if you run, we'll give you like $15 million right off the bat." He was like, all right. And now you're here, okay? Now you're here. That's the real story of George Latimer. An empty suit, puppeteered by wealthy interests. Those wealthy interests, by the way, include the private prison industry to get lucrative state contracts to imprison poor black and brown people, and cryptocurrency and seemingly gambling sites, along with APAC, an organization that is dedicated to one thing and one thing only that has nothing to do with the people in your district. So, interesting.
He doesn't talk about them. He doesn't talk about their needs. He doesn't understand their needs. He doesn't care about understanding their needs. And when he goes to California and gets Silicon Valley money, then has the gall to criticize people who live in the district that give me the money.
Archangel.
That's the height of hypocrisy. He has turned into a Washington, D.C. politician in simply 2 quick terms. Didn't take long for him to flip.
Candidates, that is all the time we have.
That's so rich coming from this guy who's literally endorsed by Hillary Clinton. My God.
I'd like to thank both candidates for participating tonight.
My
And folks, if you missed any part of tonight's debate, you can watch it in its entirety on the Spectrum News app.
On behalf of Spectrum News, thank you for watching, and don't forget to vote. Early voting starts this Saturday, June 15th. Primary day is on June 25th. Have a good night.
True. Hillary Clinton endorsing Latimer makes sense. She also used prison slave labor for her governor's mansion in Arkansas where Bill was governor. True. True. Shockingly true. Oh, God. Yeah, George Latimer is an evil ghoul. I dislike him intensely. The more I learn about him, the less I like him. And I already did not like him to start with. Now, folks, we've been going for over 3 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, because I'm looking at the YouTube stream, and I'm seeing we got 69 likes, and that is a very nice number of likes, but it's undermined by the fact that we have, like, 250 people watching right now, and I think we can do better than 69. I think we can reach a more nice number together. All right? I hope the people like New York 16th aren't like Latimer. Well, they can't possibly be. I don't think APAC has enough money to give each resident of New York 16th $14 million apiece. What did you think of the Nintendo Direct? I thought it was pretty cool. I liked it. I didn't watch the entire thing. Oh, God. Okay.
They're on the same stage, hoping you'll see the start.
Is this real? Is this... Oh, the quality is so bad. Okay, so...
George Latimer fills me with anger. He is a corporate tool. Grr.
He is a corporate tool. Bowman needed to be more aggressive about Latimer being corrupt. I agree. However, folks, we're not done yet. You might have thought, oh, well, we want more debate. Have you seen the polling? If so, thoughts? I have seen the polling. It doesn't look good for Bowman. But I think with a weekend of coordinated door knocking and phone banking, I know a lot of efforts are going on this weekend beyond Progressive Victory. I think that people will turn out for Bowman. I think that the polling is skewing conservative right now for a lot of people for a wide variety of reasons. So I guess my position is largely I'm not over till the fat lady sings. We're gonna keep on going until we win. Yeah, a lot of undecided that can go to Bowman, exactly. Now, folks, audio this bad the entire time?
We've shown already when the United States.
Oh my God. Is it really this bad? Sorry. Huh. Is it also this bad on the website? Yeah, the website doesn't even work. Well, we're gonna see what we got with this. We're gonna see what we're cooking. All right. What do we got? Hello from Vosh. Happy to learn about another socialist streamer. Hell yeah, World Builders Heaven. Or Haven, sorry. Lovely to have you. And also, love world building. Literally did some earlier today. Earlier in the debate. Made a D&D monster premised off of George Latimer. Alright. We have another George Latimer, Jamal Bowman debate. Now, I know that I said we were going to do the Hitler particles conversation, but we might save that for tomorrow. If I can get my stream working on a laptop. We'll see. This is supposedly a new debate that happened just yesterday. We're gonna go through it, and hopefully I will get some rest tonight, and maybe I will be tired enough to sleep on the plane. We'll find out. But I am very tired. My voice is hurting, and please hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and consider dropping those sweet, sweet subs and donos to reward me for making content for all of you. And let's check it out. This is from Pix 11 News, and yeah, let's check it out. I think this is supposed to be the last debate before the primary, so let's see.
They're on the same stage, hoping you'll see the stark
Again, the audio is really bad, but
differences in their positions.
Am I wearing a linen
Pix
shirt?
11
I am.
is your local election headquarters, and this is the Democratic primary debate for New York's 16th congressional district.
What if we just ate
It is
George?
debate night in New York, and we are coming to you live from the Pix 11 studios on the east side of Manhattan tonight. New York's 16th congressional district, made up of parts of Westchester.
Yeah, this is a professional event. I have no idea why the audio is bad.
County in the Bronx.
I'm not getting this off of, by the way, I'm not getting this off of like a different YouTube channel. This is the YouTube channel of the news station.
The primary focus. These two gentlemen want to represent that district in the next Congress. Good evening, everybody. I'm Dan Manarino, host of Pix on Politics, joined tonight by Pix 11 political reporter Henry Rossoff. Good evening. Great to have you here with us here tonight, Henry, to ask our candidates questions. And as the candidates give their answers, the newest member...
It does feel like it's sped up, but I think it's just that guy talking fast.
Member of the Pix 11 political team, Grace Gomez, will be closely following along, tweeting live, using the hashtag PixDebateNY16 and working on our debate post-show. Candidates, let's briefly go through the rules for you.
I'm going to see if there's anyone in the comments on this video
Each of
talking
you
about
will
the
get
audio.
60 seconds to answer a question. Now, we may also have follow-ups where you will get an additional 30 seconds, and you will have up to 30 seconds for rebuttals. The ringing of a bell will be used to signal that your time has expired. There it is. And with that business out of the way, candidates, let us begin. And we are going to start tonight with the topic of leadership. Mr. Bowman, you've been elected to
I do have to say, I like that most of the comments here are Jamal Bowman for the win. Vote for Bowman. Latimer's a grifter, and Bowman is an honest, genuine guy. A puppet versus Bowman. You can raise all the money you want, but you can't buy my vote. Bowman all the way. And the other comments are about, like, not being able to look someone in the eyes, and Bowman is not very smart. At which, I guess, spawned a huge fight in the comments. Huge, relatively. Anyway.
Congress twice. Mr. Latimer, you have 4 decades of experience in public office, so we want to know what sets you apart from one another, and why does the way in which you lead better serve the people of NY16? Mr. Latimer, we're going to have you go first as you are the leader in our most recent poll. You have 60 seconds here.
Well, thank you, Dan. Thank you, Henry. Leadership represents the ability to bring people together and solve problems and to find common ground so that you can move forward.
God, why can't every debate be moderated by Kyle Clark? I'm just flashing back to that magical debate where the moderation was on point and the questions were not stupid as hell.
Perception of leadership is somehow that you have to be loud-spoken, that somehow you have to be a bigger-than-life personality, and that is not necessarily how it works. I've seen in the New York State legislature, in the county legislature, and now as a county executive, that leadership requires people to work together and for someone to make sure that you move from an idea to an actual accomplished fact. I've been able to do that over the course of my time. I draw from my 20 years in corporate life, which also helps me understand what it takes to bring people with you when you're showing that leadership skill.
Mr. Latimer, thank you. Mr. Bowman, same question to you. What sets you apart from your opponent, and why does the way in which you lead better serve the people of NY16? Also 60 seconds to you.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I'm very excited to be here and be a part of this debate. Actually,
No, this is from the news station. This is not from like a random guy recording it off of a TV.
Studied leadership when I received my doctorate in educational leadership. And I also was an incredible leader when I worked as a middle school principal in the Bronx for 10.5 years. There are many different forms of leadership. My form of leadership is servant leadership. I like to serve the people in the district and serve my community. I've been doing service since I've been in education for 20 years versus first as a teacher, counselor, then middle school principal, and now I serve with the people.
I know I'm diverging a little bit from the debate content, but currently I'm running a Curse of Strahd campaign because I haven't ever run a full campaign from like that was written by Wizards of the Coast. So I wanted to give it a shot, and I heard the Curse of Strahd is like the best one. And I've been like seeding it and like making it my own. Like I added a bunch of like different lieutenants that work underneath Strahd, like different factions that the players can ally themselves with or destroy or make enemies of. And it's been very, very fun. Like conceptually I was like, there's a lot of undead stuff wandering around Strahd's domain. What if he had like a core of people who whose job it was to go around resurrecting dead things to serve as like Strahd's army? I think that'd be fun, and so I did, and now my players are like running around in a section of Curse of Strahd, dogged by the Resurrection Men, and that's the name of the faction. And I'm also seeding it with stuff to one day tie it into a Starjammer. Is that what it's called? Spelljammer campaign. And go like take it up into the stars. Like one of the characters is playing a Warforged, and like I'm excited to like kind of go in like different directions with that. Don't tell my players, but in my setting, I'm thinking of making the moon like a battle station essentially, and like it's fun. Do you restrict your players in what they can roll? I don't know what that means. Like I usually will let my players roll for just about anything. I can't guarantee them that like a 20 will get them the result that they want, but it will do something cool. Anyway, sorry. Just had to geek out about that. I know, Archangel. I know. My players are going to fight a dead star that eats mortal souls. That's so cool. Yeah, in the campaign, one of the players is like a warforged that's been around for so long that like people don't know what warforgeds are. And so I've been like building up this lore idea that they're basically like, again, they are warforged, but they have been like the civilization that created them is long gone. And the result of the war essentially is like the complete eradication of like this corner of the material plane. And it resulted in the creation of the moon. The moon is actually hollow. So instead of like it being like a hollow earth, it's a hollow moon. And inside the moon are the remnants of like the long forgotten civilization that made the Warforged. And the people in the moon themselves don't even know that they're in a moon anymore. Like it's just like they've been in there so long, that's just their world. Anyway, isn't this Moonfall? I don't know. I haven't seen Moonfall. But I basically... All right, so there's this guy, all right? One of the last Warforged who never forgot its programming, who's been assembling like mercenaries and like armies across the material plane because he literally wants to declare war on the moon so he can finally fulfill his programming that's been tormenting him for the last like 10,000 years. And he's been like collecting allies and artifacts, and he wants to literally collect all of them on the plains of battle where like the apocalypse first happened, in order to ascend them into space to invade the moon. That's kind of his plan in a nutshell. And I think that's very fun. Romantic? I guess so. And then from there, I think that it can go in a lot of different fun Spelljammer directions. Because also, I have no idea how my players are going to finish Curse of Strahd. But I have a feeling they're not actually going to be able to, like, perma-kill Strahd, because that would take an insane amount of effort. And I feel like after the Moon arc, Strahd's gonna be wanting some revenge. And I think space vampire space opera sounds really fucking cool. But we'll see. We'll see. Oh god. Also, one of my players like made a pact with like a primordial like deity of some kind, like a long forgotten god whose like language is no longer known. And that's been developing in a very fun way as well. I can't remember what his name is. Let me just get it real quick. I know this is a gigantic diversion, but I've been talking about politics for like 3 hours, okay? Okay. God. Yeah. So basically, he made a pact with a creature just called the Agar Wayne. which I will admit I did take the name Agar Wayne from Tolkien. It means the bloodstained. The bloodstained hunter, essentially. And I'm a real big fan of where that particular entity's storyline could go. Is Strahd a fan of the moon? Why would he care if there's a fight up there? Well, because in order to even get to that part of the campaign, they have to get out of Barovia, which is a land that essentially exists in a pocket dimension that you cannot escape unless Strahd dies. So, yeah. So the Agar Wayne is like the primordial like spirit of the hunt, and it's the it's kind of like the I wouldn't say it's like the original vampire per se, but it's like the original magic, the original force that created every predator in creation, essentially. Like it is the embodiment of predatory instinct. And I like it a lot. The player tried to learn its real name, like its full name, and the resulting screeches like scarred his mind. Which was great. I like that. I like that a lot. And whenever he's encountered it, it's been him slightly noticing and like feeling like pinpricks of his hair standing on end because his body is letting him know something is hunting him. Which has been really, really fun. Let's see, I need to do something. I'm just happy I found a streamer who's willing to talk about politics and D&D. Well, I feel like the two are related. I feel like D&D needs to have politics in it to be meaningful. It's like the black hole dimension that only sucks in all the negative emotion and energies of other planes, and also just for fun, the deities will banish really scary bad people there. So if you find yourself in Barovia, aka the Shadow Realm, you're normally just fucked overall. Yeah, I mean, basically your soul gets trapped in, like, perpetual reincarnation in Barovia. Like, if you get trapped in Barovia, all of you is trapped in Barovia. Like, your soul can't leave. All right, I need to use the bathroom really, really badly before we dive back into this Jamal Bowman debate. I will be back shortly, and when I return, we're gonna get through the rest of this debate, huh? Don't go anywhere. Hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, do the donos, do the things. BRB.
YouTube is swishy streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion. Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat.
Hello. Welcome, Raiders. Hello, my dude Raiders. Hello, Sappy Wonder. Hello, Melee Ethos. Hello, German Cow JJ. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Feistiest Bard. Hello, Robert Carrasco. Hello, Josh. Hello, Mish. Hello, Pastor Bo Daster. Howdy, 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 folks. Is this on Spotify? No, but it is on Bandcamp. Let me get you the link to that real quick. The Jazz Dog Bandcamp. There you go. Boom. Nailed it. This one time at Bandcamp, hey. How we doing, folks? Sorry I was gone for so long. I had to take a dookie. Dookie is such a fun word. More people need to call poops dookies. All right. We will see if I can make it through part 1, and then we'll see how I'm doing. I'm currently feeling very tired, and my throat hurts a lot. So we'll see how long I can last. TMI? Nah, I told people I was leaving to go take a shit. Then maybe you should stop? Maybe, but I didn't want to leave you all hanging and then just be like, hey gang, I'm going to bed now. Thanks for waiting for me. Seemed like kind of a dick move. So, 4 hours a night are not doing me any favors. Yeah, me neither. But we're going to finish at least part 1 of the Jamal Bowman debate, and we'll see if we can get through part 2 tomorrow after I've touched down in New York. We'll see how things are going. Here we go.
Of the 16th District. We work in collaboration. I work in collaboration with Joanne Dunn and the Westchester Youth Shelter. I work in collaboration with Judge Rice and the Court Innovation Program. I work in collaboration with Sean Passon Howard and the Mayor of Mount Vernon. I work in collaboration with people of New York City, Hastings, Mamaroneck, Rye, and White Plains. So it's about collaboration, and it's about servant leadership.
Mr. Bowman, thank you. And Henry has our next question.
Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you, Dan. As Dan mentioned, we did some
We're right at the beginning of this, so don't worry. Are you taking the train to get there? No, I'm flying.
exclusive public polling in your race. Let's take a look at that in the top issues for likely Democratic voters. First is the economy, including inflation and jobs. A very close second was housing affordability. And third, threats to democracy. So let's start with that top issue, the economy, and take a look, if you could, at some recent headlines that make it seem like the economy is doing well. Latest reports show that inflation is slowing down. Wall Street continues to hit record highs. But in survey after survey, as you well know, Americans say they're still feeling the pinch. So, Mr. Bowman, we're going to begin with you this time. How can Congress ease the financial burden that American families are feeling? 60 seconds.
We need a federal jobs guarantee. We need to invest in the NLRB to support workers and foreman unions. We need to hold corporations accountable for price gouging and make sure they are contributing their fair share to support our government so that we can reinvest in the American people. We have a bill called the Ending.
True. I like Jamal Bowman. He's one of the few Congress people who actually talks about the fact that, like, companies raised their prices saying it was because of inflation, and now they're bringing their prices back down because it turns out it wasn't inflation. It was just an excuse to raise their prices, and now they're losing business because people aren't buying their things anymore. Target and I think Target, Walmart, and Walgreens are like slashing their prices like crazy. It's wild.
Corporate Greed Act, which seeks to do just that. It brings down the inflation costs, it forces corporations to open their books, and it holds them accountable to paying their fair share of taxes to our overall economy. My opponent supports Trump's tax cuts.
Yeah, McDonald's
which are trillions of dollars in tax cuts.
Like basically all the fast food companies.
To the largest corporations, and it hurts the working class people. We need to reinvest in the working class people with a federal jobs guarantee and holding corporations accountable. We have brought back millions of dollars to the district to invest in workforce development in Yonkers and the Bronx to make sure we are targeting high-need communities to help them develop their work experience and make more money.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Mr. Latimer, coming to you. What would you do in Congress to help America?
You know, I do like the addition of a very loud bell to let them know that they're done.
American families feeling the pinch. You also have 60 seconds.
Well, I think the first thing we have to do is to restore the SALT tax deduction for taxpayers. There are people who are middle-class homeowners that have lost a major financial benefit, which they need to have restored. Unlike what my opponent said, my intention is to shift the tax cuts from those that received it under Donald Trump to the middle-class homeowners. Those are the ones that deserve it, and they're the ones that, when they have additional money, will recycle it into the economy and help the rising tide raise all boats. I've shown in Westchester County the way we bounced back from the COVID crisis. We have one of the strongest economies of any of the metropolitan area counties because we were able to invest in a host of different economic development programs, and I think that's what we need to do at the federal level as well. As far as legislation, I support the PRO Act, which is important for our unions, and that's why I have the support of most of the local union people, the civil service workers, the bus drivers and the mechanics, the plumbers, the electricians. They all support my candidacy because they've seen what I've done in Westchester, and they know that I will take that mindset to Washington, D.C.
Mr. Latimer, thank you. Dan?
Gentlemen, the topic of race has been invoked over the course of this campaign by each of you. So this question is for both of you. Well, we start with you, Mr. Latimer. Your opponent posted on X that you used a, quote, Islamophobic dog whistle in a forum. And he told Pix 11 News that you have a poor record on racial justice as county executive. In 60 seconds, what do you have to say about those allegations?
Those are baloney allegations. The Islamophobic accusation comes from my mentioning.
Why, you think I'm a racist? That's a load of baloney. In the previous debate, I just talked about how my opponent only cares about black people. Why ever would you think that makes me seem like a racist?
The word Dearborn, Michigan, when I was citing where he was drawing support from. And the reason why I use Dearborn, Michigan is not because of his Islamic presence there. It's because Representative
this is
Tlaib
Challenger.
and he
It's
created
crazy.
a joint fundraising committee on February 14th, Valentine's Day, in which money that she raised now could go into his campaign. That's why I mentioned Dearborn, Michigan. So it has nothing to do with Islamophobia. And I think this is an example of using race as a weapon. What we need to do is bring people together, not just deal.
I don't know. Dearborn, Michigan is a really, really, really specific place to mention.
People based on their demographics, but deal with everybody universally, whatever their economic level is, whatever their religion is. That's what we've done in Westchester County to raise the rising tide for all boats. We've treated in our policies all people together, whether they're in the LGBTQ community, whether they are female, whether they are Jewish, whether they are Muslim, and that has worked in Westchester County. That mindset, that unifying mindset, has to be the mindset that you take to Washington.
Mr. Latimer, thank you. Mr. Bowman, in 30 seconds, what's your response to that?
When you look at the outcomes of black people in Westchester County, the average black family makes $86,000 less than the average white family.
That's insane. You know, like, what have you done? like his opponent, what have you done to like minimize the divide in Westchester County? And Jamal, he gives a bunch of waffle that amounts to nothing, and then Jamal Bowman's like, black people literally make $86,000 less than white people in this county. Like he could just literally just stop talking at this point and drop the mic and like win this particular interaction.
14% of the children in Westchester County are black. They make up 62% of the children in child prisons, and he's looking to build another child prison. He has stated, I take money from Hamas. His campaigns have sent mailers darkening my skin. He has an abysmal record when it relates to racial justice and equality in Westchester County, and we need to hold him accountable for that.
Mr. Latimer, 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think Jamal is cornering the market on lies. Let's go through some of them within the 15 seconds that you give me. Number one, we didn't darken his skin on any mailings. That's in his own mind. In terms of the...
Okay, I haven't actually looked into this one. Let's see. Is this it? Okay, nope, that's an older. Huh. Okay, so when I Google Jamal Bowman skin darkened, I'm getting a lot of results for his previous primary challenger, Vedat Gashi. And that mailer, I'm not seeing a ton for Latimer. Let's see. Do we have... I mean, it's mentioned in this Politico article, but I want to see, like, what are the mailers, you know? Show me the mailers. No. Not there. Oh man, Google is so cooked, by the way. Just like real quick. I love the Google results here. You know, Google result, Google result, Google result. Oh, a sponsored result just popped in here to look like every other result from the Washington Examiner. Man, Google went to shit fast. Let's see. Do we have images of Latimer's mailers? No, that's not it. Hmm. Gonna do one more Google. Yeah, literally the only thing that's coming up that I can find, unless one of you can find it. Do I seem like a troll to you? No? But you also seem to be talking about things that aren't related to, like, what we're talking about, but that's fine. Yeah, like, some of these look like they're darkened, you know? Like, I get it. But this is also not George Latimer, so I haven't seen George Latimer's mailers. It'd be neat if there was one that I could look at. I would like that a lot.
Question about Hamas sympathizers, and it's been shown by his fundraisers in both Northern Virginia and in Los Angeles that some of the people that were there to give money said positive things about Hamas. I run out of time to answer all of these. Hopefully I'll have more time to be able to deflect some of these lies that he's offering.
Okay, Mr. Latimer, thank you. Mr. Bowman, back to you for a second here. Your opponent said in your last debate that you don't mention the needs of Asians or people who are not black or brown. So in 60 seconds,
Jesus Christ.
what do you say about those allegations?
That's a joke. We've worked very closely with the Asian American community since we've gotten into office. We've stood up to anti-Asian hate in Scarsdale and other parts of the district. We represent the entire district, every corner of the district. We brought financial resources back to every corner of the district, including Rye, including White Plains, including Greenburgh, as well as Mount Vernon, Yonkers, New Rochelle, and the Bronx. And so that's a joke. The statement that I'm only representing part of the district is a joke. I was a keynote speaker at Scarsdale High School a couple of years ago during their social justice event for students. When a young man lost his life in Rye High School due to suicide, I showed up to support the teachers, students, and families there. I support the whole district. I govern with the entire district, but I do pay extra attention to the parts of the district that he's been trying to keep segregated for decades and that he has neglected throughout his entire career. We need more investments in Mount Vernon, Yonkers, New Rochelle, and the Bronx, and I'm going to bring those investments back.
Mr. Bowman, thank you. Mr. Latimer, much like I did with your opponent, your response, you have 30 seconds here.
I grew up in the south side of Mount Vernon. Jamal did not. Jamal came to Westchester within the last 10 years or so. He doesn't know Westchester the way I do. When he talks about what we have or haven't done in the poor communities, he doesn't know. He's not in the district enough to know. He knows that it's a good political attack to say those things, but the people who live in Mount Vernon and Yonkers know. I was endorsed by the Mount Vernon and the Yonkers Democratic committees because they know what I've done there. And rebuilding Memorial Field, making the buses free during the summertime.
He keeps listing rebuilding the Memorial Field, but like, did refurbishing like a stadium help the impoverished communities that make $86,000 per household less than the white families? Like, what did refurbishing a stadium do for them?
A major reconstruction project of sewer pipe that the county is overseeing. We've done more than our share.
Mr. Latimer, thank you. We're going to leave it there. And Mr. Bowman, we're going to get to other topics right now, and Henry has the next question.
Yes, and your time's your time, but we will keep trucking, I promise. We're going to talk about affordable housing, which both of you have told me personally is very important in this race. So we definitely want to get there. And we polled voters, and they said this as well. The finance site Bankrate says it's now 26% more expensive for an American to own and maintain a home than it was 4 years ago. And Moody's rating agency says Westchester County is the 4th most expensive metropolitan area for renters. Mr. Bowman, we're beginning with you this time. What's one specific thing you would do in the next term of Congress to address affordable housing?
Oh, okay. Here's here's maybe what finally what Bowman might be talking about. But goddamn, was this hard to find.
I am a ray.
Nope. You're not getting me on that. All right. Okay, so the video shows like, hey, this is the picture that they used aligned with the ad. You know, there's the background removed, and now that's the image they used in their ad. Comparison, image, ad, yeah, image, ad, image, ad. Yeah, like I can kind of see it.
Housing, 60 seconds.
We need to make housing a human right. There's a bill, Housing for All Act, the Housing for All Act, that seeks to invest $1 trillion in affordable housing over the next 10 years to make sure we build affordable housing, truly affordable for low-income people and working-class people across the country, because everyone should have a safe, dignified home. My opponent, unfortunately, to going back to his question.
Yeah, like, exactly, Goblin City. Like, I think that, like, it's... I can at least see the basis for him making these claims. I don't know if they're exactly the same. Like, I think they are darkening the image to make him seem scarier, for sure. I just don't know that it's, like, they're, like, specifically darkening his skin. Like, it seems like they're darkening the entire photo. But, like, I can see why he would say that, and why, especially given that he's been targeted by that exact tactic, you know, the darkening of his skin in the past, why this would seem like a recurring pattern. And frankly, like, kind of agree with him a little bit. Yeah.
A statement before, he ran from Mount Vernon 40 years ago and has been living in Rye.
World Builders Haven, the chat on screen is riverboat.gg. It's the website where you can support me personally. All of the donos go directly to me instead of being split with YouTube or Twitch.
New York for several decades, and when we talk about investments and
also you get a lot of emotes, both free.
Supporting the people of Mount Vernon during his time in as county executive, taxes have gone up.
Good Raiders should
gone
press
down
the
for
like
people
button,
in Rye,
Mish, I
and have
believe.
gone up for people in Yonkers and Mount Vernon, the working class people, people of color of the district, and they feel it every single day. We've worked with Elizabeth Warren and the president to create a Renters Bill of Rights, and we brought back millions of dollars to the district to work with West Hab to build affordable housing.
Mr. Latimer, coming to you for a response, of course, but please also one specific idea to improve the affordable housing. 60 seconds.
I would agree. I think you need a lie detector for this debate and attach it to Jamal's arm, because the numbers will be...
The moderator's like, please, specifically give us one idea. One. Any number more than 0. One idea. 60 seconds. And he doesn't even open with giving his idea.
Going off the chart. He accuses us of building child jails. He accused us of a host of different things that are just crazy. The bottom line is, I didn't run from Mount Vernon. Did you run from public housing when you lived in public housing? You lived there for a while, then you moved elsewhere. Here's the bottom line, and this is specific. I would call Speaker Hakeem Jeffries, and I would say, Mr. Speaker, please set up a meeting with me for the leader of Region 3 of HUD in New York City. I want to go in the first month of being a congressman, and I want to go into facts and figures on the various projects that are being worked on in Yonkers, in Mount Vernon, in Portchester, in Wakefield, in each of the different corners of this county, in Tarrytown, places that he has forgotten about when he does his little list of the places that he stopped by once over the course of 4 years. In each of those different things, I would go in and meet with the region director. I'd give them specific projects. I'd highlight why statistically it was important, and I'd use every drop of energy to get those things to happen.
Thank you, Mr. Latimer. Mr. Bowman, 30 seconds to respond.
So he was a part of keeping Westchester County segregated since the 90s. He has not.
That's right, George Latimer. Key in keeping the spirit of redlining alive in Westchester County. Go for the jugular, Jamal.
Shown up and been a leader as it relates to affordable housing and renters in the county.
Hell yeah,
during
Big
his
Z.
tenure as county executive. He has also been honored by developers in our district, not renters, not tenants, because that's who he works for. He works for the billionaire class, billionaire Republicans to be exact. So he will go to Congress to serve the billionaire class, not the people holding him accountable for doing nothing on affordable housing in Westchester.
Mr. Latimer, 30 seconds, and then we are moving on, both of you.
Yeah, I have shown that I work for all the people of this district. Jamal makes speeches for all the people of the district, but he hasn't proven anything. He hasn't built one stick of affordable housing. We've developed and opened the key for 2,500 units of affordable housing, 3 times the amount
No worries,
my
Big
predecessor
Z.
has. We have 4,000 units in the pipeline, and they're in the urban areas and in the suburban areas of this district. If the people of
Also, you can ask a mod to change your username on the site if you would like it to be different.
Westchester understand what's true, they can see exactly how much fabrication he is trying to offer in order to hold on to his seat in Congress.
Thank you, Mr. Latimer. Dan?
We're going to talk right now about Israel's war with Hamas, gentlemen. It began with the Hamas terror attack, as you know, in Israel back on October 7th, claiming the lives of 1,200 Israelis and others. Concerns have now been raised about the number of civilians killed in the ensuing fighting in Gaza. Mr. Latimer, the closest that we've gotten to your stance on this is a clip from last December. Take a look right here.
That's why I say you use the word genocide. Be very careful what you're saying, because what genocide was gas chambers and people who were herded into a building for the purpose of being killed.
Mr. Latimer, in the months since you made that comment, there have been thousands of additional civilian casualties reported in Gaza. So we ask you now, is what's happening on the ground in Gaza a genocide? You have 60 seconds.
No, it is not genocide. Let me tell you what it is. It is the unwillingness of Hamas to sit down at the table. President Biden and Secretary Blinken offered a program this very week that had the support of the United Nations, also had the support of Israel's willingness to go along with it. Hamas has to release hostages. All of this began because of the horrific action on October 7th. The way that people went in and raped women and murdered people, which he denied until it was impossible for him to continue to deny it. If you can get Hamas to release those prisoners, you can get a cessation of the military action and humanitarian aid. And that
Okay, I think I made my point.
That is the intelligent way to go forward in peace. When you call 3 days after the attack for ceasefire, what you're really saying is, we want Hamas to keep the hostages, and now we want to start negotiating. That's not a responsible position that he's taken.
Mr. Latimer, thank you.
Hey,
Mr.
Zelrex.
Bowman, in November, you were outside the White House when you said this about the war. Take a listen.
We should conduct ourselves as a diplomatic democracy, not as a nation that supports and condones just this slaughter of tens of thousands of civilians and almost 10,000 children. We are allowing babies to be killed because of our policies.
So, Mr. Bowman, are you saying that the White House is condoning genocide? You have 60 seconds here.
I'm saying the United States Congress should not be sending weapons to Israel at this time because according to the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, there is a plausible genocide happening in Gaza right now. We need a permanent ceasefire.
What a great way to thread that question. Malachi, thank you for gifting Big Z31 a sub. Let's go. Also, like, Jamal Bowman is a savvy communicator. He's done really well threading a really difficult line of questioning through both of these debates.
Which includes a release of the hostages, as I have stated multiple times.
Welcome to being an
Humanitarian
orange
aid getting
name, Big
into
Z.
Gaza right now because a famine is setting in. We have almost 40,000 dead. We have 16,000 children dead, and we have hundreds of thousands injured. He won't even acknowledge the existence of the Palestinian people, and he will not say Palestine.
It's true. George Latimer, throughout every debate, has not said Palestinian once. I wonder if that's part of the stipulation AIPAC made when they began throwing millions upon millions of dollars, $14 million towards his campaign. Just can't say Palestinian, can't say Palestine. Honestly, like, if Jamal Bowman gets an opportunity, his like question to George Latimer should just be, can you say Palestinian? Or will that lose you all of that AIPAC money?
Because he wants to erase them from the consciousness of the American people. Say Palestine. Acknowledge Palestinian people. Let me see you do that.
Mr. Rebuttal? Mr. I'm going to come to you in 1 second, but Mr. Bowman, I want to stay with you for 1 second here, because I heard you say Congress, but is the White
Wait, pre-watch? I have not pre-watched.
House condoning genocide was the question. 15 seconds.
Is the White House condoning genocide?
Are you saying the
I
White
would
House is
like for
condoning genocide?
President Biden to do more to make sure we are not sending weapons to Israel at this time, and especially Benjamin Netanyahu, who has evoked language that is genocidal, just like President Herzog has evoked language that is genocidal, and that's why international charges are being brought against.
I don't
Benjamin
have time
Netanyahu.
to pre-watch. That's
Thank
true.
you, Mr. Latimer. Coming to you for 30-second rebuttal.
Yeah, I
here.
think it's important to understand that
Hey,
the biggest
Lanzetta.
reason why you have the casualties, Hamas created a terrorist attack, no different than what happened on 9/11 here in New York, where 3,000 New Yorkers died.
Yeah, and if I recall, we then proceeded to occupy Afghanistan for 20 years and kill hundreds of thousands of innocent people.
And in that
Maybe this
response
isn't
to
the
that,
comparison
Israel
you
did
think
not
it
move
is.
into Gaza immediately. And during that period of time, what Hamas did cynically was to put their citizens in between the military force and hide the hostages and put those civilians out there to be killed. I can say,
You know, I'm just gonna say this. You know, when the bad guy in an action movie hides behind a civilian, you know how in the action movie, like, they don't just like mow down the civilians in order to kill the bad guy? Wonder why that is. Don't think about it too much. Moving on.
Say the word Palestine. Can you say the word truth? Mr. Bowman constantly bends the truth to his satisfaction. He did not call for the hostages to be released in the beginning. He denied that there were atrocities on October 7th. He's proven time and time again that he's hostile to the state of Israel.
We're going to
have a rebuttal.
Mr. Bowman, I'm going to give you a 30-second rebuttal here, and then we're going to move on with Henry on this topic, too, but you get 30 seconds.
We're staying with the topic.
We immediately condemned the October 7th attacks. We condemned the celebration of it that took place in Manhattan. We condemned Hamas immediately. I've met with families of hostages and vowed to help them fight to get them back. And I've called for at least the release of hostages at least 10 times. So when we talk about truth, I'm actually in Congress doing the work of the people of the district, and I understand how Congress works.
Not in Congress now. You've been missing votes left and right.
Mr. Latimer,
yeah, George Latimer is getting really mad when he's paid millions of dollars to be mad on this particular issue. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Right now. So I thought it was fair game.
Again, he does not acknowledge the existence of Palestinians. He has conflated Palestinians with Hamas, and he doesn't acknowledge a Palestinian state. I wonder if he supports a two-state solution. And this is because AIPAC, the people who are funding his campaign, will not allow him to even condemn Benjamin Netanyahu or acknowledge the existence of Palestinians.
Mr. Latimer, do you want to answer the allegations here? 15 seconds.
He's the one who's supported by Democratic Socialists of America that wanted to get rid of the state of Israel.
Bye, PC Schwarz. I know I can't notice anything about this other than the fact that it's a deflection and not a denial about anything that Bowman. He's not denying anything that Bowman said, man. He's not denying anything that Bowman said. And yeah, I don't know that DSA stands for the destruction of Israel. I've never heard that about DSA. Gamerg, can you confirm what is DSA's stance? Yeah, also Latimer was attacking him for not being an advocate for DSA. That's so strange.
I understand that there needs to be, it is true. I understand there needs to be a two-state solution. I've said that all along.
Official statement from DSA member Gamerg. We are anti-Zionist. We are not anti-Jewish. Boom. Nailed it.
You've heard me say it. But that two-state solution has to be negotiated between the Arab world and the Israeli world. Hamas cannot be at the table. They're a terrorist organization.
Why can't you say
and the state of Palestine, why can't you wait till your rebuttal? I'm trying to follow the rules that Dan and Henry have set out. The bottom line is this. It is a difficult situation, and you cannot come to this kind of situation putting gas or kerosene on a raging fire.
Okay, Mr.
That's
Latimer.
what he's done.
Mr. Latimer, thank you. We're staying on this topic, and Henry has the next question.
Let's move the ball forward here, gentlemen, because we want to get to some news of the day related to this topic. Earlier today, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu criticized the United States for...
You know what? We do need more moderating teams. These guys are doing an okay job, a perfectly adequate job, but the real game changer that they've brought to the table is the loud bell. We need to bring back the loud bell for, like, every debate. Except this time it needs to be manned by Kyle Clark. The only man who's big enough for all of us.
For withholding weapons and ammunition to Israel. The question is this, Mr. Bowman, coming to you first, 30 seconds. You've already raised concerns about the Congress funding what Israel is doing. At what level does that go to? Should the United States stop funding the Iron Dome, for example?
Stop all funding to Benjamin Netanyahu. All funding. We need a pathway to peace. There is no military solution to this problem. We need Palestinian, that is how you say it, leadership at the table.
Get his ass, Jamal.
Israeli leadership, with American leadership, to have a permanent ceasefire, release the hostages, get humanitarian aid in there. Children are starving to death, and we need to get to a Palestinian state, not in rhetoric, but in policy and in budget. Right now, we should not be sending a dime to Benjamin Netanyahu.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Mr. Latimer, did the criticism of President Biden, was it accurate? Was it a correct decision by Mr. Biden to slow down the sending of weapons and ammunition?
I trust Joe Biden, and I think Benjamin Netanyahu's criticism of the president is wrong there. But the bottom line is I don't automatically criticize Israel as he does. In this particular case, I think Joe Biden is trying to work through a very difficult situation. He's trying to deal with both the Arab world and the Israeli world. And there are allies in the Arab world that wants to see peace. And there are nations in the Arab world that want to continue war. Iran, Yemen, Syria, Lebanon. This is not a simple process. And so when a congressman thinks he's the Secretary of State and he starts pontificating, you should do this, you should do this, I think that shows his immaturity as a congressman. You need to work through, you need to work through the Democratic leadership to influence the president to make progress in this negotiation.
Thank you, Mr. Latimer.
Can I have a rebuttal?
We're staying with the topic and coming to my colleague Dan on the topic.
Gentlemen, Prime Minister Netanyahu will address Congress on July.
Latimer is getting so mad. Like, I feel like he's gotten progressively more mad with every debate that has happened. It's pretty amazing.
July 24th, about a month from now. His invitation to speak was supported by Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Mr. Latimer, coming to you first, would you have joined New York's congressional leaders in supporting that very invitation? You have 30 seconds.
If Leader Hakeem Jeffries indicates that he wants the Democrats to sit and listen to Benjamin Netanyahu, then I would sit and listen. I believe the leader of the Democratic Conference should have the ability to be able
like a good dog, I guess.
To direct what he thinks makes the best sense for us, and I would listen. Doesn't mean I'm going to agree with what he says. It doesn't mean that I'm going to like what he says. But if the leader of the conference says, we want you there to hear out of courtesy, then I would be there to hear out of courtesy.
Just a quick follow-up here for you, Mr. Latimer. Sure. Should Mr. Netanyahu step down? You have 15 seconds.
It's not for me to say that. I think I've met with Yair Lapid, who's one of the opposition leaders. I found him very charismatic and a very persuasive person. So I see alternate leadership in the future of Israel. But I think it's foolish for us as American public officials to comment about what Israelis should do.
Okay, Mr. Latimer.
It widens the gap between us.
Going to leave it there. Thank you. Mr. Bowman, same question to you. Do you join New York's congressional leaders in supporting the invitation to Prime Minister Netanyahu? You have 30 seconds here.
I do not support Benjamin Netanyahu coming and addressing a joint session of Congress. Right now, Benjamin Netanyahu may be tried as a war criminal, and he should not be addressing Congress. It sends the wrong message, and it's not what we should be doing at this time. You know,
True.
My opponent mentioned the criticism of Israel as being a bad thing. They have been engaging in 75 years of military occupation, and 700,000 settlers have expanded into the West Bank. Those are violations of international law.
Bowman.
They deserve criticism when it's warranted.
Mr. Bowman, thank you very much. Henry.
We're going to wrap up this section, gentlemen, with an analysis of the reaction to the war here at home, specifically SUNY Purchase, which is in the district. It agreed last month to not discipline dozens of students who were arrested while protesting the war in Gaza. The school also agreed to be more transparent about the companies it does business with. That was a big request from the protesters. Beginning with you, Mr. Bowman, did Purchase handle this situation correctly by negotiating?
Oh, absolutely, and I'm glad the students will not be disciplined. You know, the First Amendment is a bedrock of our democracy, and peaceful protests should be supported and warranted, and we need to listen to the young people because we have been sending billions of dollars in military aid to our ally Israel for many years. Yes, to keep them safe, but they have to follow international law. If they're engaged in a military occupation of the West Bank, if we have a settlement expansion in the neighborhood of 700,000 settlers in the West Bank, and we have a blockade in Gaza, and if we have a situation where 18 human rights organizations have referred to Israel as an apartheid state, we need to be doing something different. And he doesn't want to speak honestly about the conditions.
Latimer is such a dead ringer lol.
Gonna carefully open this YouTube clip in another tab. I can't play this on stream because this is a Batman Forever clip, but I forgot Tommy Lee Jones was Two-Face. God damn. But I think that gives Latimer too much credit because, frankly, Two-Face has Riz. Latimer is Rizless in the extreme.
Over there,
Thank you,
and
Mr.
again,
Bowman.
doesn't acknowledge Palestine.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Mr. Latimer, did SUNY Purchase handle this correctly? 30 seconds.
I think ultimately they did, and we stood behind what decisions that the president of the college made in consult with the governor. Let me say, though, that you heard from Jamal about 75 years of occupation. That's how he defines the state of Israel being in their present location. And you heard him use the word apartheid as dealing with the Israeli government. So I think he's clearly on the record, again, in public. He said over the weekend that he viewed it as a colonial settler state in one of his breakfast.
It literally is. Like, they have literal settlers and literal settlements. Like, I don't know how much more literal you can get on this one.
Club YouTube conversation. So I think you understand where Jamal Bowman is on this issue. You understand what George Latimer is on this issue.
Thank you, gentlemen. We want to get to a lot of topics here. I'm going to send it over to Dan.
We're going to talk about another local issue here, gentlemen. Recently, Governor Kathy Hochul and Mayor Eric Adams have weighed in on people wearing masks. Governor Hochul says she would like to see a ban on mask wearing in the subway system. Mayor
The dumbest people imaginable somehow became the mayor of New York City and the governor of New York State. They want to ban face masks, you know, things that can prevent the transmission of airborne illnesses, on the subway. Enclosed, tightly packed spaces in which people breathe and talk and, like, get spit dust all over each other. It's literally the most useful place to wear a mask. And they want to make it illegal.
Mayor Adams says he would like to see a ban on mask wearing during protests, much like we saw in New York a few years ago. Both of these bans obviously would impact your constituents. Mr. Latimer, coming to you first, would you support any ban on wearing masks? You have 60 seconds.
Well, we've used our authority with our public transit areas to have masks allowed for when the public health necessary.
Yeah, you know, the spit detritus.
Was apparent. If a person is wearing a mask, I don't know what their reason is to wear the mask or not. They may wear it because they have a health condition. They may feel that being in that kind of a general situation on a public bus or at the county airport is a problem. So I've avoided making any sort of mandates in this area. We've got through COVID as well as anyone. We were cited.
What's his story? It's just called a lazy eye. There's no story. It's just a thing some people have, and they have no control over it.
As the county that handled the COVID crisis best by dealing with masks in a proper way. Now, the governor has overarching authority. If she determines that there's a mandate, this happened under Governor Cuomo, if they have an overarching mandate and they make the mandate, then we comply. But given the authority to do that, I would not restrict a person's willingness to use a mask or not use a mask, because I presume they're doing it for health reasons and no other reasons. If they use a mask and they commit an armed robbery, that's something different.
Mr. Bowman, same question to you. Would you?
Oh my God, this is the first time in all of the debates that I've agreed with something George Latimer said.
You support any ban on wearing masks? You have 60 seconds.
I don't believe so. I would follow the healthcare professionals on this, and I know many people have underlying conditions that they're trying to make sure they're keeping themselves safe by wearing masks. I know many people are dealing with long COVID. That continues to be an issue that's under discussed, and so, you know, I don't think I would support a outright ban on masks. They should continue to be optional.
Mr. Bowman, thank you. And just like that, we are halfway through. We're going to take a quick break, everybody, but there's a lot more of the debate to go. And make sure you stick around, everybody, for our debate night in New York post show, streaming on Pix11 Plus, Pix11.com. Our Grace Gomez preparing to host that show as we speak. Coming up next.
All right. Now, that was just part one. But unfortunately, folks, I am very tired, and I think I might be starting to get sick, and I cannot afford to not get rest. And I have to shower before I go to bed. So, it's already after 2 o'clock in the morning. I am going to go to bed. But before I go to bed, make sure you hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and please do consider dropping those sweet, sweet subs and donos. They help me to continue to make this show, and my goal is to make it big enough that we can have, like, you know, things that larger channels have, like paid editors and stuff like that. Also, remember, folks, I am going to be on the ground in New York, in Tarrytown, canvassing for Jamal Bowman with progressive victory. So, folks, I've been helping to organize this event for months now. Please consider coming on out. If you have free time this weekend, consider signing up, knocking on some doors. Maybe consider phone banking. Get on out there, and if you see me, you can absolutely come say hi. It's all good. I gotta sleep. I've got like 4 hours until I have to go catch a flight. So, good night, everybody, and hopefully I'll get the stream set up tomorrow when I'm in the hotel, and we can continue this this coverage. Let's raid you guys into someone. Let's see who we got. Who we got in here? Thanks, Mish. Got Level Head, Tofu Ghost. Ooh, you know what? Looks like Caroline Kwan is trying to beat Elden Ring, and I love Caroline. Let's raid into her. She's a good egg, and she's battling against Radagon right now. So I think that should be pretty fun. Y'all be good, be chill, be lovely, and I'll see you next time in New York, maybe. Bye.